And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to Fed It. Today we're going to be covering the Zodiac Killer, man. We got a lot to go over. Let's get right into it. I was a special agent with Homeland Security Investigations, okay, guys? HSI. The cases that I did mostly were human smuggling and drug trafficking. No one else has these documents, by the way.
Here's what Fed It covers.
Dr. Lafredo confirmed lacerations due to stepping on glass.
Murder investigations.
You see him reaching in his jacket. You don't know. And he's positioning. Been on February 13, 2019.
You're facing 2 counts of premeditated murder,
Racketeering and RICO conspiracies.
Young Slime Life, here and after referred to as YSL. The defendants 6'9", and then this is Billy Seiko right here. Now, when they first started, guys, 6'9" ran. I'm a Fed. I'm watching this music video. You know, I'm bobbing my head like, hey, this shit lit. But at the same time, I'm pausing. Oh, wait, who this? Right? Oh, who's that in the back?
Firearms and violent crime.
A.K.A. Pushaisi violated.
you're ordered to stay away from the victim.
Rapper Pushaisi arrested after shooting at King of Diamonds, Miami strip club, injured one person. This is the one that's gonna fuck him up because this gun is not traceable. Well, it happened at the gun range. Here's your boy 42 Doug right here on the left. Okay.
Sex trafficking and sex crimes.
They can effectively link him to paying an underage girl.
I'm gonna lock my trip in the window, right.
And the first bomb went off right here.
Suspect 2 set down a backpack at the site of the second explosion.
Inspired by Al Qaeda. 2 terrorists and brothers, the Dzhokhar Sarnev and Tamerlan Sarnev.
When the cartels ship drugs into the country.
As this guy got arrested for espionage, okay, trading secrets with the Russians for monetary compensation. The largest corrupt police bust in New Orleans history.
The days of the police are gone.
So he was in this bad boy. We're gonna go over his past, the gang ties, so that this all makes sense. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Fed It. Okay, so I'm here with a special guest. I'm gonna have her introduce herself real quick. Annie, what's up?
Hi guys, my name is Annie, but you can call me Punani.
Where are you from?
Toronto.
Toronto, Canada.
Mhm.
The Canadians snuck in.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
And I already know that the people are gonna want to know, what is your ethnic background?
I'm half Filipino, Polish, and Russian.
Fantastic. That's where she got the boobs from, guys. And what do you do for work?
I do OnlyFans.
Okay, fantastic. So, guys, today we're going to be covering the Zodiac Killer. She's actually pretty familiar with the case herself. So, we're going to go over a bunch of the crimes. We're going to go over the evidence. We're going to show you guys movie clips, which are pretty accurate about what actually happened. And we're going to go over the suspects. Okay, guys. So, without further ado, let's get right into it because we got a lot to cover. All right. So, first, let's go ahead, as always, with the Wikipedia page, right? Show you guys kind of an overview of who this individual is. The Zodiac Killer is a pseudonym of an unidentified serial killer who operated in Northern California in the late 1960s. The case has been described as the most famous unsolved murder case in American history. Yeah, that's an understatement. It is by far the most famous serial killer case in American history. You know, I know Jack the Ripper is also famous, but as far as the United States goes, this guy is it. There are websites all over the place, guys. Call, you know, ZodiacKiller.com, Zodiac forums. To this day, there's still a Reddit where people post information about the case and try to discover who the killer is. It's the biggest unsolved case in U.S. history. While I was researching for this thing, I was going down the Zodiac rabbit hole, trying to find, okay, who is the killer? All right, was it this guy? Was this guy? Blah, blah, blah. What I'm going to do is I've distilled a bunch of this information for you guys, and I'm going to go over the most prominent suspects. Actually, me and Annie were discussing a few of them earlier, which we'll get into. And she'll give you guys her opinion, who she thinks it is, and I'll give you guys my take on who I think it is. I think we pretty much agree on who it might be.
It's Leigh Allen.
Oh, come on, don't it? No, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about Arthur Leigh Allen, guys. Don't worry. But he was one of the prime suspects. But anyway, let's keep going on here. So, oh, my bad. Okay, so the case has been described as the most famous unsolved murder case in American history. It became a fixture of popular culture and inspired amateur detectives to attempt to solve it. The Zodiac murdered 5 known victims in the San Francisco Bay Area between December 1968 and October 1969, operating in rural, urban, and suburban settings. He targeted young couples and a lone male cab driver. He is known attacks took place in Venetia, Vallejo, unincorporated Napa County, and the city of San Francisco proper. 2 of his wounded victims survived. The Zodiac claimed to have murdered 37 victims. He has been linked to several other cold cases, some in Southern California or outside the states. Okay, so this is him, and he also inspired a couple copycats to include Heriberto Sida and Kobe child murders. Right, and this is how influential this guy was. Okay, as far as like for the deranged out there that like to kill people. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and go on to ZodiacKiller.com. We're gonna cover his first victims that were actually documented, that were verified. Okay, guys, the Zodiac had a few verified victims. Let me go back here real fast. And these are the definite victims. Okay, and this is that website I told you guys about, ZodiacKiller.com. This website is run by Tom Voigt, okay, one of the top leading researchers for the Zodiac killer. And there's killer, excuse me. And there's been so many different Zodiac websites, but you know, this is fairly accurate. When I looked at the police information versus this website and other websites, this is pretty much the definitive victim list that we know for a fact were his victims. So we're going to go over the first pair right now, which is David Farady and Betty Lou Jensen, okay? So they were killed on December 20th, 1968, Friday. Okay, here's the case number out of Riverside, and the time of the attack was approximately 11:15 p.m. The place of attack was a gavel parking area along remote Lake Herman Road and the eastern outskirts of Vallejo, California. Let me enlarge this for y'all real fast. Okay. David Farady, age 17, was shot once in the head at point-blank range and died within minutes. Betty Lou Jensen, age 16, was shot 5 times in the back and killed instantly. The weapon was a .22 caliber semi-automatic pistol. The ammunition was Winchester Western Super X copper-coated long rifle. There was no indication of robbery or sexual molestation. While there were no witnesses, several vehicles were seen in the area just prior to local resident Stella Borges discovering the crime scene. Okay, and here we go here. So this is the coroner, right, showing that they had been shot. And then one thing I like about this website is they actually have the authentic, reports from the 60s. As you guys can see, this one was dated the day after they were killed on December 21st, 1968. Okay, and they were killed instantly. Here's the county of Solano. Here's her certificate of death, Betty Lou. And then here, this is the crime scene. This picture actually ended up going on the Herald, very famous. And here is where one of the victims was actually shot and killed. And this area is very rural, guys. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so whoever did this was on some demon time. All right, details. According to the police report, the victims were apparently approached while occupying Faraday's station wagon. Shots were fired into the vehicle in an apparent effort to force them out. Jensen exited the front passenger door first. Remember, guys, Jensen is the female, so she ran out first, the front passenger door, followed by Farady. So the guy ran out after. Farady was shot as he emerged from the car. So as soon as he got out, he got shot. So the attacker always goes for the man first, right? Jensen was then shot as she fled on foot. It was the first state Jensen had ever been allowed on, and the crime shocked the community. The shooting could not be explained by Faraday's family. Jensen's family was equally dumbfounded. So no one knew. I mean, these were kids. She was 16, he was 17, right? They're there, maybe making out, back in the 60s. This is how they used to do things, right? There wasn't TV or Instagram, right? You can't shoot a girl at DM. So this is her right here, right? Shot as she was trying to exit the passenger side. And, very sad, 16 years old. And remember, guys, this is 60, so the pictures aren't going to be that clear. And then this is the police report, shocked the community. Yeah, her classmates ended up doing a fund, right? They organized some money to try to find who the killer was. And then the parents had no clue. This is the family for Ms. Jean Farady, mother of Vallejo student David Farady, who was shot to death near December 20th, is shown with her 3 other children, Debbie 16, Stevie 13, and Robert 15, in their home at 1930 Sereno Drive. The slayings of David and Betty Lou Jensen remain unsolved. Times Herald photo. Sad, man. Very, very sad. And let's see here. And then this is the station wagon here. This is the vehicle, right? They're doing the bullet trajectory here. And then Solano County Coroner Dan Horan examines the bullet-riddled station wagon. And in this police report, guys, right? This is the actual police report of the shooting, all right? And as you guys can see, there's 60 different pages here. But I'll go ahead and summarize it for y'all because I already read through this thing pretty much. And there were a bunch of different witnesses that drove by, right, this area and saw a man standing outside of their vehicle with a gun. All right. And they called the police after the fact. But what the basic thing is, the basic conclusion here is that whoever this killer was, they didn't have much time to commit the murder and then get out of the scene quickly before the police arrived, because there was a very tight timeline between witnesses seeing this man and the guy being able to commit the murder and get the hell out of there quickly. Okay. So at this point, no one knew what the hell was going on. All right. So for 2 years, there was like no clues. All right. Actually, excuse me, 1 year. Because you guys are going to see the next offense come shortly thereafter. All right. But you guys are free to go ahead and read the police report. And we're going to go ahead and skim through this video here as well. And this is the first murder. Again, this is the murder of David Farady, 17, and Betty Lou Jensen, 16, in 1968, December 20th. Okay, it was a Friday, approximately 11:15 p.m.
Really?
No one knew who the Zodiac killer was at this point.
Sergeant, could you briefly describe what apparently happened last night?
Yes, we had a double homicide that took place out on a county road about sometime after 11 o'clock last night. A double homicide involving victims were a 16-year-old girl and a 17-year-old boy.
How did this incident occur, apparently?
Well, they were shot.
What were the circumstances involved?
Possibly they were ordered out of the car by the responsible, and the boy was shot right at this side of
the responsible is a old police term, guys, when they're referring to the suspect. It's not really used anymore as far as police jargon goes, but when they say the responsible, when you see that on police reports, that typically means the suspect.
The car, and the girl apparently tried to run, and she was shot and found 28 feet further on.
There was one bullet hole that penetrated one of the windows of the car. Was this a stray bullet, or was this one of the bullets that hit the victim and went on through?
This could be a stray bullet or a warning bullet of some sort that we can't connect it with the bodies, but it's the same type of shell.
Do you have any idea what the possible motive might be for this killing?
We have no motive at this time.
And there's the footage of, it's black and white. Obviously, this is the late 60s. The bullet hole. That's the vehicle. As y'all can see that it was shattered. Some more footage here. And this area is extremely rural, by the way, guys. Lake Herman. Ain't nothing out there. No lights, nothing. And it hasn't changed much over the past few decades. Some more footage where they outline the body. You can see the blood there. Viewer discretion is advised, obviously. This is where the murder took place. This used to be like an old oil, I think it was like an oil factory or something like that. And this is where they were pulled in. And witnesses saw two different vehicles in this area right around the time the shooting was happening with a man. Look at that, out in the middle of nowhere. So, what I have here for y'all, okay, is some more stuff. Okay, so as you guys can see here, some actual crime scene pictures. All right, 2 warning shots fired into the Rambler here. Here's the actual footage. Here, let me enlarge this for y'all real fast so you guys can see better. Okay. Some crime scene photographs, right? Here's obviously that famous photograph I showed you guys from before in color, right? Here's another photograph, another angle right here. I feel like we're watching 90s porn where it takes forever to zoom. Right? And then, hold on, my bad. All right, and then you scroll down a bit. This is Pierre Boudou revisits the Lake Herman Road. He was one of the investigators assigned to this case. As y'all can see, it hasn't changed much. He's aged, but the area hasn't changed too much. right? And then this is where it was. This is where they were found. Now, this right here, I like this because it summarizes the reports, okay? So there were a couple of witnesses, okay? The Lake Herman Road timeline from the police reports, right? So the timeline of events on 12/20/68 on Lake Herman Road is an interesting one and includes some questionable details. One thing is for sure, for being a dark, cold night on a quiet, lonely road, there seems to have been a good amount of witnesses and cars at and around the crime scene. An examination of the timeline is in order, but I will not attempt to discredit any of the witnesses, but will merely point out the approximate established times is taken from the reports, as well as details included herein. The first or perhaps the most interesting witness was William Crowe. Okay, so let me go ahead and enlarge this for you guys real quick. And I like this because it summarizes it. And I went through this report as well and read some of these statements. And yeah, I mean, you guys got to remember, this is the 60s. You know, people didn't have their iPhone to look at and check the time like that, like now. All right. So everything is approximately. At approximately 9:30 and 10, Crowe and his girlfriend claimed they were parked on that very spot where Farady&Jenson would be murdered a little over an hour later. So get this, hold on. So you're telling me another couple parked there, right, to maybe do a makeout session or whatever it may be, and they were there an hour prior, and they go, there were no other cars parked there. Crowe claims that while parked at the spot checking out his girlfriend's new car, a blue car, possibly a Valiant, passed them coming from Venecia to Vallejo, and then suddenly stopped in the road and started to back up. Crowe, sensing danger, quickly pulled out, and the other car followed them at a high rate of speed before Crowe was able to quickly turn off, losing the blue car behind them. The car that chased Crowe apparently contained 2 white males. Oh, shit. So were they going to go ahead and get attacked, but they ran away versus these two did not run, and they ended up getting attacked? Now, keep in mind, guys, that the next murder we're going to describe fits very closely to this one, and you know what I'm talking about, right? So, and I'm going to show you guys a movie clip from it as well to illustrate it better. So Peggy and Homer, okay? So Peggy and Homer Yore, their last name is Yore, passed the crime scene while out checking pipes for her husband's job. As they passed the pump station to turn out, they saw Faraday's Rambler with a boy sitting in the driver's seat with the girl resting on his shoulder. Certainly, based on what she witnessed, there was no sign of foul play at 11 p.m., just as young people parked in a quiet area enjoying their time together. Miss Yore went into detail, even stating that when her headlights hit Dave's car, Dave put his hands on the steering wheel. It's obvious she's providing great detail here. And while Ray Grant would have you believe that the kids were kidnapped earlier and that Miss Yore was lying or making these details up, there is zero evidence to support Ray's theory. I don't know who Ray is, but either way, the point of this, guys, is that they go ahead and So in her later report, about 3 months after the incident, Ms. York continues to say that she saw the two victims in the Rambler and again mentions that when their headlights shined on the young Caucasian couple consisting of a boy and a girl, the boy says to himself moving in a seat. She also once again details the hunters and their clothing. Nothing changes in the description of the scene or the car. She estimates that she encountered the hunters and saw the Rambler at about 11:15 to 11:18 p.m. Mr. Yore describes the same details and estimated that they were at the scene between 11 and 11:20. The Yore's clock was found to be off by such and such minutes. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. The car was facing east towards the field, left at the gate when your friend turned around. See, and this is the problem with witness statements sometimes, guys. Like, it's very difficult for them to remember all the details, especially when you're dealing with such a tight timeline. Okay? So now they interview the hunters, right, that were in the area at the same time. So the first statement to the police was the day after. The hunters claimed they hunted until 11 p.m. or so, and they noted the times as Connolly had looked at his watch. Time was approximate and could have been 10:50 or 10:55. They stated that it took them about 3 to 5 minutes to walk to their truck. In his second statement to police, Connolly stated it may have taken up to 10 minutes to walk back to the truck. Connolly stated that they arrived at the truck and were there about 5 minutes when a car came in and turned around. This car belonged to the Yores. So the hunters saw the Yores, this couple right here. All right. After the Yores turned around, the hunters sat there about another 5 minutes and then drove off. Connolly estimated they left the area between 11:05 and 11:15. If we assume that the hunters started walking back to their truck at Connolly's earliest estimated time of 10:50, and it took them 3 to 10 minutes to get to their truck, they arrived at the truck at about 10:53 to 11 p.m. They sat there until approximately 10:58 to 11:05 p.m., at which time they saw the Yores turn around. They then sat there another 5 minutes or so until approximately 11:03 to 11:12 before they left. All right. Now you got James Owen, Stella Burgess. All right. Now hold on, because one of these witnesses saw a guy with a gun. Okay, and this is from whose statement? Sheep told Osa police that he was checking his sheep at approximately 10. Okay, there we go. At approximately 11 p.m., Peggy and Homer Yore, the witnesses that we talked about before, were returning from Sacramento, heading west on Lake Herman Road because Homer Yore wanted to check some pipes near the Marshall Ranch as he worked for a construction company laying pipes in the area. As they passed the turnout, Peggy Yore would recollect the young couple in the Rambler, right, saying that, of course, she shined a light on him, etc. We know that. As they're driving west on Lake Herman Road at the turn off to Benetia Water Pumping Station, she observed a Rambler station wagon parked with front and end heading east. There were two Caucasians in the front seat, male and female, and then we know what happened there. They proceeded toward the Marshall Ranch, which was located approximately 30 seconds driving time beyond the turnout, where they encountered the two raccoon hunters, Frank Gasser and Robert Connolly, as they turned into the gated entrance of the ranch. They noticed one of the men had a long-barreled gun, while the other had a flashlight, so decided to reverse and head east back to Benetia. When they passed the turnout for a second time, the Rambler of David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen was still there. The time was now a few minutes before, after 11 p.m. So obviously, guys, timelines are off, very fishy. You know, who knows if any of these people were actually the killers and they just didn't want to, you know, give accurate statements on times. Here's colored photos of the two victims. And this pretty much went unsolved for a significant amount of time, right? So now we're going to go ahead and move on to the second murder, okay? And this is where things start to get a little bit more focused. All right, this is the issue sometimes with witnesses because times are off. Oh, I saw this, I saw that, etc. This is the beauty of having other witnesses and having something like cell phone evidence, etc., location data to be able to verify things, which, you know, obviously in the 60s, they didn't have any of that stuff, right? Which made catching killers much more difficult. Technology was not on law enforcement side. So now we're going to go ahead and fast forward approximately almost a year later. Okay, guys. And this is the next set of victims. Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin and Mike Renaud Mageau. Okay, Mageau. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a clip that illustrates this attack, and then we're going to go ahead and go through the evidence, because I think it'll be easier for you guys to understand. Now, this comes from the movie Zodiac, 2007 film. This movie actually was very well done, very well researched. The director of this movie took great effort to illustrate the movie and be as accurate as he possibly can about a bunch of the facts in it. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is similar to the first set of murders, right? With Faraday and Jensen, these two, Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin and Mike Mageau, also are parked in a secluded road in California, and you know, they're potentially going to get some type of action going. And this is what occurs. Let's enlarge this thing. Play it for y'all. So he told some hecklers fuck off, right? This is July 4th, 1969, right? Independence Day in the United States for all my foreign guys out there. So after they go off,
What?
Fuck off and die?
Shut up.
mind you, this woman, guys, is married, okay, at this point. So car just rolls up behind them, turns off its lights. What would you do at that point? What would you do, Annie?
I'd like fuck off. Like, I don't know why they're just
turns the lights off and just sits there. Let's see what happens.
was that car at the drive? I saw that car, Mr. Benson. Do you want me to tell him to leave?
Stay in the car.
And the location right now, guys, is at the Blue Rock Springs Park in Vallejo, California. 3.3 miles northwest from the Lake Herman murder, which we described earlier.
Was that your husband?
No.
So very similar to the first set. Remember that witness that said, hey, car pulled up behind us. We panicked, got the hell out of there, and then they chased after us. But they don't leave.
Who was that, Darlene?
Don't worry about it.
Don't tell me not to worry. Who was it?
It's nothing.
Oh, shit. Hold on. So it's about to get interesting here, guys, right? Hold on. I'm trying to do it where... There we go. Bro, at this point, what would you do, Annie?
I'd like run away. Like, I don't know what's wrong with them. But you don't think that girl is sus? Like, I feel like you don't think she had nothing to do with it?
Well, we'll talk about that later
Yeah.
on, the connection
Yeah.
to this. All right. So you guys hear him screeching in the distance and turns back. And this is all very accurate from the police report that they had done with Mageau after the fact.
Let's go. Now, D.
That bright flashlight.
Joanne.
So he thinks it's the police with that bright flashlight, or they're going to get robbed. One of the two.
Man, you really creeped us out.
Oh! So he shoots the hell out of them. All right? And he hears groaning. What does he do? He shoots him another 2 times, and then he shoots her. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Right? So that, in a nutshell, was very accurately done of how the murder actually occurred, guys. So let's go ahead and... So that's what happened with these two, right? Darlene Ferrin, age 22, was shot 9 times. Mike Mageau, age 19, was shot 4 times. The weapon was a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. There was no indication of robbery or sexual molestation. There were no witnesses. Okay, obviously there were same thing, rural area, parking lot of secluded Blue Rock Ridge, Blue Rock Springs Park on the eastern outskirts of Vallejo, California. Okay. So details. Ferrin was married and worked as a waitress at Terry's restaurant. Make a note of that, guys. Okay. She was a waitress. Mageau was single and worked as a laborer. Ferrin's husband, Dean, was initially a suspect in the murder for obvious reasons, right? Hey, you're committing infidelity. You're out with this, this 19-year-old and you're 22. What the hell's going on here? However, he was ruled out once it was established he was working as a cook at Caesar's restaurant at the time of the murder. Ferrin's first husband, James Philip Crabtree, was also briefly a suspect. According to surviving victim Mageau, and remember, guys, this is the 1960s. Women got married very young back then. Okay, I know some of you guys are like 22 and she already had a husband. Yes, back then they were getting married young. All right, women understood that their value comes from their youth and beauty back then. They're not stupid like nowadays.
Stupid.
But anyway, according to surviving victim Mageau, he and Ferrin had parked at the isolated location to talk. A car, possibly a light brown Ford Mustang or Chevy Corvair, pulled into the lot just a few feet away. A man with a flashlight exited the vehicle and approached them. There were no other cars in the parking lot. Thinking it was a police officer, the couple had their identification ready. Without warning, the man began firing at the couple. After 5 shots were fired, the man walked slowly back to his car. Mageau screamed in pain, at which point the man returned and fired 2 more shots into each victim. It was at that point that Mageau got a look at him. The man was white, 5'8" to 5'9", in his late 20s to early 30s, stocky build, round face, and brown hair. No conversation between the victims and the man occurred. Approximately 45 minutes later, the Vallejo Police Department received a call from a man claiming responsibility for the attack. He correctly identified the weapon used as a 9mm and also took credit for the Farady&Jenson murders of December 20th, 1968. So what has he done, guys? He's pretty much given information that only the killer would know. Yo, I used a 9mm weapon to kill them, right? And this is about an hour after the attack. And he went ahead and took credit for killing these 2 about 7 months prior, okay, on December 20th. And he killed them in a very similar fashion. A couple parked in a secluded area. For the next few weeks, the investigation went nowhere. Then, on July 31st, 1969, letters were sent to the Vallejo Times-Herald, San Francisco Examiner, and San Francisco Chronicle. The letters claimed to be from the killer of Farady&Jenson and Ferrin. Remember, guys, keep in mind, Mageau lived. He survived. The other 3 died. Okay? So, Ferrin, Farady, and Jensen all died. Mageau lived. Okay? And keep that in mind because he's going to give important details later on. Details were included that only the killer could have known, and each letter contained 1/3 of a cipher that, if solved, supposedly contained the killer's identity. While the killer hadn't yet given himself the name Zodiac, this marked the beginning of a letter-writing spree that would go on for more than 5 years. Okay? So, we'll talk about this identification later when we talk about the suspects. Okay? Now, and then here, this is Mike Mageau. 20 years later, Darlene's sisters confronts Mageau. This isn't really pertinent right now, but what I do want to say, did you have something that you want to add, Annie?
No, I think it's weird that he's just targeting couples. And I think it's like, I don't know, I feel like he's like getting off of like, like
killing women?
Yeah, but also like he kind of like wants to be caught, but like not actually. Like he's like teasing like the police and everything. So I don't know, he's like just sick.
Yeah. And if you guys notice, he actually shoots the women way more. And you guys are going to notice in the next attack, he's always more ferocious with the women. He kind of deals with the guys as like a requirement, but he takes more time with shooting and attacking the women, which is also gives an indication as to where his mindset is at. Go ahead. Yeah, something else?
Yeah, like he likes, I guess, to see them struggle, like seeing the women struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, also, what I'm going to go ahead and play for y'all guys is the phone call that he made to the police after this shooting. Okay. And this is a pretty good rendition of it. This was pretty much what he said when he called 911. Okay, let me fast forward a little bit because that's copyrighted music. So, rotary phone dialing. This is what he actually told 911 when he called. This isn't the actual recording. They don't have that because this is the late 60s, so it wasn't recorded back then. But this is verbatim pretty much what he said.
Vallejo Police Department.
I want to report a double murder.
May I have your
If you go
name
1
and where
mile
you're calling?
east on Columbus Parkway, the public park, you'll find kids in a brown car. They were shot with a 9mm Luger.
So that's a clue right there because that's something only the killer would know.
I also killed those kids last year. Goodbye.
And the way he said goodbye was extremely chilling. And the 911 operator, you know, I had seen some interviews with them, did not forget that goodbye. So obviously you're dealing with a demented individual here. Okay. Now we're going to fast forward. Okay. A couple of months. And we're going to get into probably, I think this is one of the worst ones. This was the attack on Cecilia Shepard and Bryan Hartnell. Okay. This occurred on September 29th, 1969 on a Monday. Case number here. And then this was on at approximately 6:15 p.m. September 27th. This was a Saturday. And it happened at the shoreline of Lake Berryessa near Napa, California. Method of attack: Cecilia Shepard, age 22, was stabbed 10 times, 5 in the front and 5 in the back. Bryan Hartnell, age 20, was stabbed 6 times in the back. The knife had a wooden handle and a blade approximately 10 to 12 inches long. There was no indication of robbery or sexual molestation. There were no witnesses. Okay. And here are the two victims right here. Bryan, once again, ends up surviving. Cecilia did not. And I can show you guys better than I can tell you. So I have the clip here from the movie, which is also painstakingly done. Shout out to this director, man. Don DeMarco for him. He actually went and did this scene where the actual murder occurred. And on top of that, he went and got Hartnell involved to make sure that it was as accurate as possible. And I'm going to show you guys this too when I show you the police reports and show you guys the evidence. All right. So let's go ahead and roll the clip. So here's Cecilia. Here's Hartnell.
Where'd he go?
So she sees a man walk up without a mask on, by the way. Okay. And in the police reports, she says he didn't have his mask on. He had brown hair.
Right behind that tree.
All right, so he's taking a leak.
Imagine how menacing that is. You see a dude coming up
So scary.
with a cross symbol on his chest and a hood. Bruh.
He's coming towards us. Oh my god, he has a gun.
Don't move.
I want your money and your car keys.
Okay. We're not going to do anything, okay? We're going to cooperate. Just tell me what you want us to do. You're welcome to everything I have. If there's anything else.
And they did a fantastic job of re-illustrating what he was wearing. He had glasses on, all black. Obviously, you guys can see the knife here, gloves, the gun, and he had glasses over his eyes, okay? And a square top mask, executioner style. It was like a bib almost.
I could do for you, maybe I could write you a check. Okay, I could give you my phone number. You know, I might be able to help you. Even more than you might think.
He's a sociology major.
Pre-law.
What?
What the fuck? Keys. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know exactly where I put my keys. They might be on the blanket. Is it okay? Here's the keys.
Don't get up. I want her to tie you up.
Okay. So you came prepared with 2 sets of rope, you know, which obviously tells you that he was been watching them for a bit. Because this is a very secluded area, guys, Lake Berryessa.
You know, if you can get any closer, I might be able to get that gun.
Don't get any ideas.
So he whispers, I might be able to get that gun.
I'm not.
Don't get any ideas, buddy.
I killed a guard escaping from prison in Montana.
I'm not doing.
Okay, so he drops a clue there. I killed a guard escaping from jail in Montana. We're going to go into this in a little bit more detail on the police reports, guys, which I have.
Anything, okay?
I'm not afraid to kill again. Look away.
What was the name of that prison? Hey, you said it was in Montana, right?
taking your car. I'm going to Mexico. We didn't complain you tied our hands. Okay, you have everything that I have. We have done everything that you've asked. It's okay. She tied you loose, didn't she? Get on your stomach so I can tie your feet. Okay. It gets really cold out here at night. We could freeze.
Throws him down anyway. Fuck your warmth, I guess.
Okay, you all done? You know, just because people are going to ask.
So he looks to see if anybody else is there. That right there, red flag.
Was that thing even loaded?
He goes ahead and shows him the gun. It was loaded.
It's okay. This is all going to be okay.
All right. Viewer discretion is advised for what you guys are about to see right now. I'll play it one time all the way through, and then I'll show you guys something that I noticed that was very important that is also going to be shown in the police reports when we go through it. All right. So I'm going to play that back one more time. I know, very disturbing. All right. What I want you guys to notice. And that's what makes this scene
just
so
people are
eerie.
going to ask, was that thing even loaded?
Right, is that there's no music, there's no weird theatrics. It's just all you can hear is the sound of nature, them breathing and screaming and being nervous. Then all of a sudden,
this is all gonna be okay.
And she's the knife. You start stabbing him. So Hartnell is smart. He realizes that this guy's trying to kill us, right? At this point. And he shuts up. He stops screaming, right? And plays dead. However, Cecilia doesn't. Stabs her and she starts squirming around. And he flips her over and starts stabbing her, right? Which is very... And that he ended up stabbing her 10 times and Hartnell only 6. And Hartnell ended up surviving because he just played dead, right? So, now... This is the vehicle here, right, that they came in.
This guy has like a fetish for cars.
Yeah, he does. And then also, I don't know why. I think the vehicle was actually an Oregon plate. I don't mean to be picky here, but that's fine. Everything else is pretty accurate. The serial killer writes this on their vehicle. Okay, you guys can see here. Vallejo, right? He puts the infamous target symbol that the Zodiac goes by. 12/20/68, the murder of the first couple. Then July 4th, 1969, when he kills the female, but not the guy, which we showed you the clip before, right? Mageau lives, but Darlene dies. Then September 27th, 1969, 6:30 p.m., and he writes by knife. Okay? And very interestingly enough, the police did not disclose this part to the public because they wanted the killer to come forward, right, and say, oh yeah, I did it by knife, etc., so that they can go ahead and know who the person potentially was, because at this point they believed that they were tracking a serial killer. Okay. Now, what I'm going to show y'all is the actual crime scene pictures from that event. Okay. So y'all can see here is this is where the attack happened. Here is, and I'll enlarge this for y'all real fast. Here's Cecilia Shepard, Hartnell, right? And it's kind of funny because they said that they were lovers. They were more platonic friends, guys, to be honest with y'all. But I guess maybe for cinematic purposes, they wanted to illustrate that to get you more involved. Here's the actual rope that they had as evidence. Here's the tire tracks behind the vehicle. Did they have the license plate? Is that a California plate? Let's see here. Oh, okay. Maybe they were accurate about that. That's my bad. And then here's the tire tracks, right, from the other vehicle that was parked behind them, right? And the man claimed to have been an escaped convict from Deer Lodge, Montana, which is right here. Okay, out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Deer Lodge, the city and county seat of Powell, Montana. United States population was 2,938 at the 2020 census. God damn. And back then in the 60s, probably had less people out there in the middle of fucking nowhere. All right. Anyway, I would escape too. All right. And he took Hartnell's car keys and money, to which Bryan Hartnell duly obliged. It was only 75 cents, by the way, guys, and we'll see that here in a police report in a little bit. And then here's the actual what they took off of the vehicle, the door, right? This is a remake. Here's the actual thing, right? Clicked out. This is the actual crime scene photo. And some people, right, after the attack, the killer drove to 1231 Main Street, phone booth 27 miles away in downtown Napa, and placed a call at 7:40 p.m. to the Napa Police Department claiming responsibility and knowledge of the latest attack. Relief police dispatcher Dave Slate took the call and heard the killer utter the words, "I want to report a murder. No, a double murder." They are 2 miles north of park headquarters. They were in a white Volkswagen Carmen Ghia. And after a brief pause, uttered the words, "I am the one that did it." Now, what I'm going to do for y'all real fast is I'm going to go ahead and play the rendition of that call.
Napa Police Department. I want to report a murder. No. A double murder.
And the way they were rescued was they were able to get, I think, a boatman or a hunter. They were screaming after they got attacked, and he came and helped them, and they were able to get themselves untied. And Hartnell, fortunately, was able to survive the attack.
They're 2 miles north of parking headquarters. They were in a white Volkswagen Carmen Ghia. I'm the one that did it.
Now, they were able to go ahead and get a sketch, right, of the individual that they thought could have been the guy. All right. Right here. Lake Barry has a sketch derived from the eyewitnesses. And let's see here. And where he made this phone call real quick, I'll show you guys where he made this phone call from. It was right here. This is the area he made the phone call from, which obviously has changed. This is 2021. But this is where he made the phone call from. Okay. 1250 Main Street. Because back then, guys, right, for all you guys out there, or all you young boys out there, not everyone had cell phones, okay? In the 60s, cell phones weren't a thing. You had to use pay phones to make phone calls and or use a landline. So it was very popular to have quarters on you, right? Like Hartnell, for example, only had 75 cents on him. It was very popular to have quarters on you back then to be able to make phone calls because no one had cell phones back then, or using the phone at an establishment, etc. All right. This whole cell phone thing is fairly new, guys. All right, so let's go back to this. Also, when they examined the wounds inflicted on Miss Shepard, it was his opinion that the weapon used would be from 9 to 11 inches in length and 1 inch in width, and possibly sharpened on both sides of the top of the blade, similar to a bayonet-type weapon. In addition, the wounds indicated it would be a heavy or sturdy type blade. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the news footage from Hartnell when he survived. So Hartnell ended up surviving, and they got an interview with him post-attack.
Enough to link the murderer of Cecilia Shepard to other murders in the Vallejo area in the past year.
Anywhere in the Bay Area or anywhere, he should go to the nearest law enforcement agency and turn himself in.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do that.
Nope. And we will try to do whatever we can to help this man.
Yeah, and they purposely concealed that so they wouldn't see the knife part.
Does it seem to you as if you're pretty much on the verge of finding this man?
Well, I wouldn't want to say that, Dave. We're hoping. We've got some good things working for us, but it takes time. And to be able to reach out and pluck this guy out of the air isn't done. In most murder cases, you'll find a motive. but of course this guy is just a killer, a mad killer, and you have no motive, so it makes it a little bit harder for us to track him down.
It's also fairly obvious that the man greatly enjoys the publicity that surrounds this thing.
A little bit of silence there.
And there's a chance that man
1960s technology, guys.
Could be watching this interview.
That's true.
What would you have to say to this man?
About the only thing I could say to him I think he realizes he needs help. I'm sure he does. And I'm sure he realizes what he's doing. And this is, to me, it's a sex crime. He's doing this for gratification. And I feel that he should definitely seek aid at any agency that he wants to go to in law enforcement.
Also, I want to make this mention as well, guys. That's very important observation here. The roadway observations of the Zodiac crosshairs and dates on the car door occurred after 8 p.m. once the ambulance had departed the scene, making any Zodiac-style payphone message at 7:40 undoubtedly the attacker at the lake and one perpetrator of the crime and call. The assailant left visible footprints to and from the crime scene, later believed to be a 10.5 style military boot called wing walkers. Guys, this is a very important detail, okay, because these boots are from the military, okay, the Navy to be specific. The distance from the Carmen Gia, which is a vehicle, to the crime scene was approximately 510 yards. But what became a familiar trait throughout the Zodiac investigation, and the killer left a message, this time written on the couple's car with a black marker pen. It read, Vallejo, 12/20/68, 7/4/69, September 27th, 1969, 6:30 p.m. by knife, which was the last attack he did. But the wing walkers, okay, are right here. They're a type of combat boot, okay, designed for paratroopers, featuring calf-length lacing. Well, actually, it's a jump boot, but let me go back here. They might have put the wrong link there. But he left those footprints at the scene, okay? And these boots, guys, you really can't get them unless you're in the military, and they were size 10.5, all right? So now they know approximately how tall the guy is. They know that he's obese to some degree. He's kind of fatter. Okay. And they know that he wears a size 10.5. All right. And they know he has brown hair. And it's a little bit longer because Cecilia, before she died, right, when she was interviewed, said that she remembered that he had something like clip-on glasses over his mask, but she could see brown hair draping over his eyes. Okay. Which is terrifying. But let's go back to this interview here. And we won't play the whole thing, guys, but they actually interview Hartnell here. Let me fast forward this a little bit. 1960s.
If I remember right.
So there's Hartnell right there. Obviously, they didn't waste no time. They went right to the hospital.
In speaking with one of the deputies who was investigating this thing, he said that the first thing you told a deputy out there was to give some idea of a description of the man. Do you understand now how your mind was able to work that well under those conditions? You really did an exceptional job in that.
Well, through the whole thing, like I mentioned before, at the beginning, I did think I was going to die. And so from that moment on, one has to have certain goals that you have to set. The first goal, of course, was to live. I suppose the second goal was to get untied. The next one was to get help. From getting help, getting to the hospital. You know, you have to have a successive set of goals. And if you can keep this going and you can keep your mind active, whether you die or not, you're at least psychologically attuned, whether you're in shock or not. If you can keep arguing with yourself, praying, doing anything to keep your mind off of yourself, or at least just not lapsing back and just saying, well, it's no use.
1960s technology once again, guys. There's where they were at the hospital. All the get well cards.
Bryan will probably be able to leave Queen of the Valley Hospital fairly soon. But where he's going from here is being kept secret in the event that the man who attacked him and killed Cecilia Shepard on Lake Berryessa a week ago Saturday tries again. Bryan made it for two reasons some people might regard as intangibles, but reasons that for him were enough: a strong faith and an equally strong will to live. Dave Monsies, Eyewitness News, at Queen of the Valley Hospital, Napa. You know that this man is still at large, and that there is a better than average possibility that this could be the same man who was involved in 4 murders over in Vallejo. Can you think of anything that you might want to tell that man at all?
What he ended up saying is he prays for him. I don't know why. It's like
robber. I had absolutely no thought.
Okay.
No thought.
So he thought he was a robber at first.
That he was anything but that. And when
remember, he comes up to them and says, "Yo, give me your car keys. I want to go to Mexico and your money."
At this robbery stage, I didn't consider any real threat to my life or to the girl or anything. I really didn't consider this, but I really wanted to help him. And
did he seem as though he would like your help at all?
No, he didn't, and he didn't even end up taking the money. But I
bear no grudge.
Well, of course not. I don't think that he was acting under his total complete consciousness. And
could you imagine that someone stabs you and kills your friend, and he's still so nice about it?
Oh my god!
Like, that's incredible. Like, because guys, he's still in the hospital. This is probably like what, a week or two maybe after he got stabbed, and he's still being compassionate to this guy. Obviously, he's sick to some degree. Yeah. So you don't see that much in people.
When a man is, if you don't mind using the word sick, you can't hold this against them. But the real concern that I have is that he doesn't do this again. I'd like to see some people save this experience.
Early last Saturday evening, Cecilia Shepard and Bryan Hartnell, both in their early 20s, were sitting on this knoll of land overlooking part of Lake Berryessa. They thought they were alone, but there was a third man on this knoll, a man who wore a medieval-style executioner's hood, carried a knife and gun, and intended to use them.
Yeah, ain't nothing out there, man. Nothing out there. That's one of the worst places to get attacked.
Years patrolling this lake, and I've seen a lot of people cut up by boat accidents and this, but this is one of the worst things I ever witnessed. For no reason at all. Just a hooded man came up with a pistol drawn on him, tied him up, and then told him he had to kill him. So.
There's no doubt about it.
Is there any doubt in your mind that there is or is not any connection between Vallejo and Berryessa?
This we're sifting out now. I wouldn't say that there is any connection, yet I wouldn't want to tell you that there isn't at this time. We have some pretty good physical evidence that we're working on now. Mm-hmm. And of course, we're going to get together with the Vallejo authorities. We've been in contact with them since the incident, and we definitely will pool our resources.
Found this young girl in on the shoreline here, all stabbed in several places. And her boyfriend, male companion, came to he had been stabbed, and he had taken off for help. Mm-hmm. And the other patrolman came in, which is Dennis Lamb. He found him some 100 yards from here, passed out. So he brought him back to the scene of the where the girl was.
Once again, 60s technology. I got you.
The subject stated, I want to report a murder. No, a double murder. They are about 2 miles above park headquarters in Lake Berryessa, and they are driving a Volkswagen Carmen Ghia. Mm-hmm. And with that, the officer asked, well, where are you now? And he stated, I did it. And with that, the officer could feel that there was nobody on the line. He said, are you there? Are you there? And there was no answer.
Crazy, man. So what also I want to show y'all is so obviously that's the Wingwalker boot that I talked about, 10.5, right? Which is a military thing. One thing that I want to draw to your guys' attention. This is the police report here, right? The original police report that occurred on Lake Berryessa. Okay. And as you guys can see, there's 35 plus pages here. You know, they did forensic reports and everything. But something that I want to draw to your guys' attention is this right here. Kind of show you guys how much of a crazy individual this guy was. Victim Hartnell then stated that without warning, the suspect, suspect had, let's see here. Victim asked suspect if suspect's gun was loaded. Suspect removed magazine from handle of pistol and showed the victim a bullet removed from the gun. Bullet described as a possible .45 caliber. Victim did not know what caliber the pistol was. Suspect had Miss Shepard tie Hartnell's hands behind him. Suspect then tied victim Shepard's hands, then retied Hartnell's hands, then tied both victims' ankles together. So he hogtied them. Had victims lie on their stomachs. Hartnell stated suspect said, "I'm getting nervous." Okay, so he got nervous after they were tied up. Wasn't nervous before. Was nervous after they were tied up. All right, so that should let you know that there's something sinister was about to occur. This was when the suspect was tying Miss Shepard's hands. In fact, Hartnell stated suspect got real shaky when he was tying Miss Shepard's hands. Victim Hartnell then stated that without warning, the suspect plunged his knife into the back of Hartnell. Suspect did this repeatedly. Hartnell stated he thinks 6 times. Hartnell stated he pretended to be dead when the suspect went over to Miss Shepard and stabbed Miss Shepard repeatedly in the back. And when Miss Shepard turned her body over on back, suspect stabbed her in the lower abdomen. Victim stated suspect stabbed Miss Shepard much worse than him. Suspect went into some sort of frenzy when stabbing Miss Shepard. Sick, man, sick. And then victim Hartnell stated suspect left the area after the stabbing. Victim Hartnell hailed a boat offshore and told the man in the boat the couple needed help badly. Victim stated the boat left the area and he and the victim attempted to get help by crawling and walking to the road. Victim believed he had walked to the road. However, he had not gone too far from his wounded companion. Victim stated he thought suspect had been with the couple for approximately 15 minutes from the time of observing the suspect until the suspect departed. Okay, so the Zodiac was with them for about 15 minutes. Victim stated, and guys, this is the actual police report from 1969, man. Suspect did not take the wallet or victim's car keys. Victim stated the man in a pickup truck found him on the road and called an ambulance. Victim stated he estimated 1 hour in time was involved between the time he and Miss Shepard were stabbed until help arrived. Miss Shepard is listed in critical condition. All right. So the police report goes on, and I want to read you guys this chilling exchange, okay? So this is a dialogue between unknown assailant and Bryan Hartnell, okay, which the movie got mostly right, but there's some things here, the key differences I kind of want to share with y'all. All right, let's enlarge this bad boy real fast. So Cecilia says, "What do you want?" He says, "Now take it easy. All I want's your money. There's nothing to worry about. All I want is your money." Bryan goes, "Okay, whatever you say. I want you to know that I will cooperate so you don't have to worry. Whatever you say, we'll do. Do you want us to come up with our hands up or down? Just don't make any fast moves. Come up slowly." And that's from the Zodiac. So Bryan goes, "But we don't have any money. All I have is 75 cents. Do me a favor real quick. Can you Google, Annie, 75 cents in 1969 to today? What inflation calculator? Because we might say 75 cents in 2022 and be like, haha, that's nothing. But guys, back then 75 cents was something. All right. Inflation is real. Yeah, 75 cents. Just Google it. Yeah, 75 cents in 2022 today, in 1969 to today. All right. So he goes, "That doesn't matter. Every little bit helps." Pause. "I'm on my way to Mexico. I escaped from Deer Lodge prison in Montana. Deer Lodge, I need some money to get there." "You're welcome to the money." And Bryan goes, "You're welcome to the money I have, but isn't there something else I can do for you? Give you a check or get some more?" The assailant says, "No. I can give you my phone number and you can call me." Zodiac doesn't reply. Bryan goes, "I want to get in contact with you. I'm a sociology major and maybe I can even offer you more help than you think you need." Zodiac says, "No." And Bryan goes, "Well, is there any other thing you need?" And the assailant goes, "Yes, one more thing. I want your car keys. My car is hot." Bryan goes, reaching into his pockets, then patting first front, then back pockets. "I guess in all my excitement, I don't remember where I put them. Let's see. Are they in my shirt?" and I can't read this word here. On the blanket, say, would you answer a question for me? I've always wondered, on TV movies and in article in the Reader's Digest, they say that thieves rarely keep their guns loaded. Is yours? Okay, so that's what Bryan actually asked them. Yo, is your gun actually loaded? And the Zodiac, excited slightly, says, yes, it is. Then calm and matter of fact, I killed a couple of men before. Bryan goes, what? I didn't hear you. Zodiac replies, I killed a couple of guards getting out of prison, and I'm not afraid to kill again. Cecilia goes, Bryan, do what he says. Zodiac goes, now I want the girl to tie you up. And then Cecilia, right, reaches for rope that he pulls from the back pocket. Bryan goes, this is really strange. I wonder why someone hasn't thought of this before. I'll bet there's good money in it. Zodiac, no response. So he's trying to be funny, right, Bryan? As y'all can see, right? You guys saw his interview before. He seems like a pretty, cheery fellow. What was the name of that prison? He doesn't respond. Bryan goes, no, really? What did you say the name of it was? I'm just curious. He gives the answer begrudgingly. Deer Lodge in Montana. There must have been some dialogue at this point, but I can't remember any until we are both tied up. So they're making some small talk. And obviously, guys, you can only imagine there's a bunch of adrenaline going on, small talk. He's trying to kind of keep the guy talking, trying to build some kind of rapport with him. Because at this point, he thinks he's just getting robbed, right? He doesn't know what the hell's really going to happen, all right? Did you find out how much it is?
Yeah, it's like $7.
$7?
It was like the inflation rate was like 4%.
Okay, so
4%.
75 cents in 1969 to today is worth $7 today. Okay, so barely nothing, basically. But that's still a big jump, though.
Yeah.
Damn near 7x. Okay, now, like 8x. Now he goes, the Zodiac goes, now I want you both to lay face down so I can tie up your feet. Bryan goes, come on. We could be out here for a long time and it could get cold at night. Come on, get down. That's from the Zodiac. Then Bryan goes, listen, I didn't complain when you tied our hands, but this is ridiculous. And then the assailant goes, I told you. And then Bryan goes, we aren't going anywhere. Anyway, I don't think that it's necessary. Or, oh, come on, we don't want to. And then the Zodiac pointed gun directly at me at point blank range. I told you get down. So he gets a little bit more assertive now. He ties me, then her. So he ties him up first, then he ties her. Your hands are shaking. Are you nervous? So Bryan asked that to the killer. Your hands are shaking. Are you nervous? He goes, yes, I guess so. And then he laughs in a very relaxed manner. Bryan goes, well, I suppose that I'd be nervous too. Then after we were tied and hog-tied, Bryan goes, now that everything is all said and done, could you show me that your gun is loaded? Or probably this? Now that all is said and done, was the gun really loaded? So basically he asks, can I see the gun? And then the Zodiac says, yes, it was. Or sure, I'll show you. One of those things. He then opened the cartridge or whatever. And then that was the last thing I remember him saying, signed by Bryan Hartnell. So then that's when he starts going on his stabbing spree, which we talked about. Right? So that was the dialogue between the two. Okay. And then here's some more stuff from the police report. Right? And there's just pages and pages of this stuff. And then one thing I also want to say that is also very interesting, okay, is that Bryan Hartnell described his attacker as having brown hair, 225 to 250 pounds in weight, and 5'8" to 5'10" in height. Guys, if you remember, this is an almost nearly identical description as who? This guy right here, your boy Mageau. Okay, right here. Mike Renault Mageau. He described him the same way. 5'8", heavy set. Okay. He said somewhere between 5'8" to 5'10" in height, but admitted he was bad judge of height because he was so tall. Yeah, Bryan Hartnell was very tall. Bryan stated that the assailant had a unique way of talking, with John Robertson, his interviewer, correcting himself, saying, Bryan, you mentioned he had a drawl. Well, not a drawl, an accent. Okay, and then he also stated he wore a black hooded mask of a cloth material covering his entire head and shoulders and reaching down to the waist. On the front of the four-cornered mask at the chest area was a white circle, 3 inches by 3 inches in diameter, and a symmetrical cross. In the police report, Bryan Hartnell backed up Cecilia Shepard and stated and this is important, he could see hair through the mask's eyelids and observed the hair to be dark brown. Bryan Hartnell, why is this thing freaking minus ones? Okay, Bryan Hartnell went on to say, I'll tell you another thing that probably made me think that it was somebody over there. It wasn't an improved park site. There wasn't regular established bathroom. So if you had to go to the restroom, you'd kind of get out of eye shot of whoever you were with or go behind a tree like that. So basically, the person followed them. Whoever the hell this was definitely followed them. All right. And then she was still conscious when they interviewed her. And she said he may have been a little bit taller than him. So maybe around 5'10". And then she died 2 days later from the attack. Let's see here if there's anything else. All right, cool. I think we covered this attack. Annie, what's your thoughts on this? I know this bothered you quite a bit when we saw the clip.
Yeah, no. The guy was like, I feel like I would have reacted the same as the guy. Like, I feel like I would have just...
You would have been calm?
Yeah.
That's easy to say from hindsight, though. Come on.
No, I know.
You get stabbed in the back.
No, but I feel like that was like, the best way to, like, react to what
Yeah, he was
was
smart.
going on. Yeah,
He was
for
smart.
sure.
But it's easy to say that in hindsight, like, you know, some dude in a mask is stabbing you in the back. Like, your natural inkling is to, like, you know, turn around and try to wiggle away or whatever. So I could see why she did that. But he was very smart and controlled to be able to, like realize, okay, this guy's trying to kill us. I'm just going to shut up and stay here and pretend I'm dead. And if you guys remember, in the first shooting, right? Well, not the first shooting, the second shooting, when he shot Mageau and Darlene, he came back to kill them because he can hear Mageau groaning. So, you know, if he feels like he didn't finish the job, he's going to come back and shoot again or do whatever he's doing. So it worked out very well that he stayed quiet.
Yeah, and also I feel like... I feel like when he said he got nervous because in the beginning, I feel like he thought that they were just getting robbed. So I feel like that's why he was like, whatever, like, take whatever, I don't care.
Yeah.
But then, like, he started to get nervous, like, when they were, like, tying them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he especially got nervous when he was tying Cecilia up, which is, you know, obviously kind of speaks to his character a bit. All right. Yo, guys, like the goddamn video, by the way. So, okay, let's go ahead and get back into it. So now we're going to get into the next murder. Okay, so we covered the Lake Berryessa case. So we can recap that one real fast. So let's actually, let's recap. We could recap Lake Berryessa, or you know what? No, we'll just move on to the next one, and then I'll recap all the murders at once. So the next one here, guys, is the next big murder that they were able to tie was right here. Paul Stine, okay, killed October 11th, 1969 in San Francisco, approximately 9:55 p.m., the northeast corner of Washington and Cheri Street in Presidio Heights neighborhood of San Francisco, California. A very wealthy neighborhood, by the way, guys. Cab driver Paul Stine, age 29, was shot once in the head at point-blank range. The weapon was a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, not the same 9mm used in the Ferrin murder. There were 3 witnesses from a house on the southeast corner of the intersection, okay? So what I'm going to do, let me show you guys the clip, and then we'll go ahead and I'll show the clip for y'all from the movie, and then we'll get into the evidence.
Demand they print his letters, or he'd kill more people.
Yeah, but he would have done it anyway, whether they printed it or not.
So there's Paul Stine. Here's the Zodiac in the back.
Yeah, interesting point. So what do you think he'll do next?
Bam! Shoots him in the back of the head. Kills him. Now pay attention. He had that white and blue striped shirt. So what is he doing right now, guys? He's ripping off a piece of Paul Stine's shirt.
San Francisco Police Department.
Yes,
So people hear the gunshots, start calling the cops.
wait in a cab.
What is your location?
3390 at Washington, at the corner of Cheri. When's can we think he's robbing
Is
him?
the crime still in progress?
Yes, please hurry.
So he wipes the car down a bit. Then he just walks off. Now, if you guys remember, right? This picture right here, this infamous photo, came from this attack. All right? The 3 witnesses that saw him described the Zodiac, and this is the description they gave. Crew cut, a little bit bigger, glasses, creases in the forehead. All right? All right, and then David Tashi gets involved in the case, who was the detective involved in this investigation on the Zodiac killer from the San Francisco side. So, I got some crime scene photos for y'all here. Actually, no, let's go ahead and read through that one, this here first. All right, so here's Paul Stine, right? So, here's the details. Stine's cab was hailed at Mason and Greery Streets with the intended destination being Washington and Maple Streets near Presidio. Where is that exactly? Right here, guys. This is where the murder occurred. Right, pretty much right here on this corner. And then the killer walked off in this direction here. Okay, and this is it in 2022. And the witnesses were right, from what I understand, here. Okay, this is where the witnesses were that saw him. And you can see they would have a good vantage point because they can look right down and see him right there, which is when the movie, that's where you guys were able to kind of see the same angle, very similar angle. All right. Okay. So Stine's wallet and keys were taken, and a large portion of his shirt was carefully torn off. And there's his bloody shirt. You guys know, white and blue. Okay. Piece of evidence, and you can see the cut on the shirt right here. All right. Sick individual, obviously wanted to take his oh, my bad. He wanted to basically take a piece with him. All right. Bloody fingerprints, potentially of the suspect, were recovered from the vehicle, according to a police document. A pair of men's size 7 black leather gloves was also found. The 3 witnesses watched the suspect from approximately 60 feet away as he wiped down the cab with a cloth after killing Stine. So they got the bloody fingerprints off of the cab as well. Okay, so they were able to get a partial print off the cab, and here they are right here. Okay. After he killed Stine, and then this is some graphic. I actually got better res photos for you guys right here. Here's some photos from the crime scene for y'all. What I'm about to show you is graphic, guys, so be prepared. Here we go. Actual crime scene footage, photos. And then they found some glasses there as well, and then blood pooling in the floorboard region. All right, this is the actual photograph of the scene from the cab. I think this is David Tashi right here, if I'm not mistaken. And I'll go ahead and give y'all real quick. David Tashi. There we go. Bam. Here he is. He was a detective for the San Francisco Police Department. He was played in the movie The Zodiac. Okay. He passed away, 2018, a couple years back. But yeah. And as you guys know, San Francisco, they call their detectives inspectors. Okay. Which is pretty unique. But this is him. He was the main case detective for this investigation out of San Francisco. All right. And he ended up working with a bunch of the other investigators out of Vallejo and Napa Valley, etc., to try to figure out who the hell this guy was. And we're going to get into that prime suspect here in a little bit. And we're about an hour in, by the way, guys. So like the video. All right. They called the police and described, so they called the police, the witnesses, right? They called the police and described a white male, 25 to 35 years old, 5'8" to 5'9", stocky build, reddish brown hair, worn in a crew cut, heavy rimmed glasses, and dark clothing. They last saw him casually walking north on Cheri Street. Unfortunately, so he walked this way here, because I believe this is Cheri right here, if I'm not mistaken. Let's look. Because this is... God damn it, there's no intersections. Let me open this up a bit. So we're right here. Yeah, so we started walking this way. So we started walking. Yeah, north on Cheri. Yep. So we started going this way. Unfortunately, the police dispatcher mistakenly described the suspect as being a black male adult. Bro, this was a big fucking L. This actually ended up potentially costing them catching the Zodiac killer. This is probably one of the biggest blunders I've ever seen in my life. Because he was in the area, and we're going to talk about this here in a second, and the police actually fucking encountered him. All right? So the police, this is 1969. Racial profiling was a thing. This wasn't black people were considered second-class citizens back then. Okay? As a result, when patrol officers Donald Fook and Eric Zelms minutes later observed a white man walking east on Jackson Street, he was never stopped and questioned. The officers did get a good look at him. However, when the correct description of the suspect was finally broadcasted, the officers realized they might have encountered him. A search of the area where the man had been observed was conducted to no avail. The man seen by Fook and Zelms was very similar to the suspect observed by the three witnesses. He was white, 35 to 45 years old, 5'10", between 180 to 200 pounds, barrel-chested with light-colored, crew-cut hair, and wearing glasses. The man didn't appear to be carrying anything, and no conversation between the man and the officers took place. The Stine murder was initially thought to be a routine cabbie killing, a robbery gone bad. However, on October 13, 1969, the San Francisco Chronicle received a letter from the Zodiac containing a portion of a bloody shirt and taking credit for the killing. So there's that portion of that shirt that they found, and the police were able to match it back up with the shirt, and they knew that it was in fact the Zodiac killer that killed the cabbie. SF inspectors Dave Tashi, as I showed you guys before, this is him, right? This is him photographed in 1969, the bow tie. And Bill Armstrong, who were assigned the case, were shocked to realize the shirt belonged to Stine. Okay, and this is them showing up and matching the shirt back up. Still later, Zodiac would claim he actually spoke with the patrolman the night of the murder, leading them astray. The three witnesses, though hampered by poor lighting conditions and fog during their observation of the crime, worked with police composite to put a face on the Zodiac. And this is where this famous photograph came from. 2 days later, October 13, 1969. White male, 25, 35 years old, 5'8" to 5'9", reddish brown hair, crew cut, heavy rim glasses, navy blue or black jacket. Suspect takes cab in downtown area at 9:30 p.m. and sits in front seat with driver, tells driver destination in Washington and Laurel area near Park or Presidio. Upon reaching destination, suspect orders driver to continue on at gunpoint into or near Park, where he perpetrates robbery. In one case, victim was shot in head at contact, victim's wallet and ID in the name of Paul L. Stine, and taxi cab keys missing. So that's a little bit different than what the movie puts. They say he reached the destination and then he ordered the driver to continue on at gunpoint into or near Park, where he perpetrates the robbery. And then suspect's lane lifts available for comparison, refer homicide case, robbery case. And then inspectors Armstrong and Tashi, homicide detail. And then Thomas J. Cahill was a chief of police back then. All right. A few days after the sketch was circulated throughout the Bay Area in the form of a wanted poster, the witness is requested the sketch be altered to make it more accurate. Thus, another version was made. So here's another version of the sketch. Right. So this is the original, and then this is the amended one. I guess he had a little bit of a lazy eye, I guess they're trying to show here. Wrinkles aren't the same, maybe. Lips aren't as pronounced. So, yeah, not too much of a difference here. But this is the 60s, guys. Sketches were a big thing, right? Thus, another version was made. More than a month after Stine's murder, Officer Fook finally came forward about his possible encounter with the killer, and then they closed the case in 2004. Okay, guys, San Francisco Police Department. So this is what Officer Fook, who said that he came in touch with the Zodiac killer, said. Let's go ahead and enlarge this bad boy for y'all. This was reported a month later, Wednesday, November 12th, 1969. Sir, I respectfully wish to report the following. that were responding to the area of Cheri and Washington Streets. A suspect fitting the description of the Zodiac killer was observed by Officer Fook walking in an, I think, easterly direction is what that says, on Jackson Street, and then turned north on Maple Street. This subject was not stopped at the and the description received from communication was that of a Negro male. When the right description was broadcasted, reporting, the officer informed communications that a possible suspect had been seen going north on Maple Street into Presidio, the area of Julian Count Playground, and a search was started, which had negative results. Sorry, guys, the print here is very difficult to read. The suspect was then observed by Officer Fook, was a white male, 35 to 45 years old, about 5'10", 180 to 200 pounds, medium to heavy build, barrel-chested, medium complexion, light-colored hair, possibly graying in rear, may have been lighting that caused thin effect, crew cut, wearing glasses, dressed in dark blue and dark, I don't know what that says, blue length nipper type jacket, navy or royal blue, climatic gloves, may have been wearing low-cut shoes. Subject at no time appeared to be in a hurry, walked with a shuffling lope, slightly bent forward, head down. The subject's general appearance to classify him as a group would be that night would be of Welsh ancestry. My partner that night was Officer E. Helms, badge number 1348, of Richmond Station. I do not know if he observed this subject or not. And that comes from Donald Fook, signed. Okay. So, this was a big L on the part of San Francisco Police Department. And this is an intro departmental memorandum, which means it's only internal. So they're able to get a hold of this probably through Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah, they need to fire the police.
Yeah, this was a much different time, man. Yeah. So, here we go.
Why did he stop?
This has always been known as a city of mystery, and it seems now to have a new and real one on its hands. 5 murders.
Hold on. Let me enlarge this for y'all real fast.
Murders. Somebody who says he committed all.
We're not going to watch all 30 minutes of it, guys, but this will give you a pretty good, I guess, summary.
And will commit yet more.
The search goes on in San Francisco for the man known as the Zodiac Killer. The elements involved today.
Zodiac, a symbol that now stands for terror in San Francisco. Today there was a possibly significant development in the terrifying case of a man who calls himself Zodiac.
The psychotic killer has already murdered 5. 1 at a lover's lane near a lake just north of San Francisco. 3 others in nearby Vallejo. The latest, a taxi driver in San Francisco.
I was the first officer that responded on the scene. I was working with an officer who was since deceased, Frank Peda, an excellent police officer. And we responded to a radio call, told us that a cab driver was being robbed and or possibly assaulted at the corner of Cheri and Washington Streets in Pacific Heights. We fortunately were very close and responded to that corner, and were able to do so red light and siren at 9:55 at night and got there very quickly. I parked the car in the middle of the intersection facing a yellow cab that was sitting a little bit back from the corner of Cheri Street on Washington, facing west on Washington. There were 3 children that were heading over to that car. They weren't too far away, but I'd say a good 15 or 16 feet away. I made the assumption they were coming from the home on the corner, and I was correct, and I herded them immediately back to that alcove. I didn't know if the suspect was still there. The description that came out over the air was of an NMA, Negro male adult at the time. The only person that could have given that information would have been the child who called it into police dispatch. Whether somebody wrote it incorrectly and the child actually said white guy, I don't know.
My regular partner was off. I don't recall the reason why he was not working that night. However, Eric Zelms was assigned as my partner that night. We were patrolling the eastern side of the Richmond district, going...
Very interesting, actually, how they interview like officers that were there at the time.
Northbound on Presidio Avenue. We had passed Washington Street when a broadcast came in of a shooting at Cheri and Washington Street.
Went over to the cab. I could see Mr. Paul Stine, who was slumped over the front seat with his head into the well on the passenger side in the front. There was blood all over the...
I showed you guys those pictures earlier.
Cab on him, and I was 99.9 certain he was dead. And it was at that point that I retook the description of the suspect. And that's when I was told it was a white male. I couldn't get to the radio fast enough at that point to let everybody else know. The kids had told me that whoever had done this crime left the cab, went out the door, seemed to be wiping the cab down, reaching into the cab, and then ambling or walking down Cherry Street in a northerly direction, kind of towards the Presidio. I walked that way myself. I did not run because there are innumerable alcoves and parked cars. So I went down, following every technique I knew so I didn't get my head blown off. Got down.
Which, you know, makes sense. Obviously, they're terrified at this point. They just shot a cabbie point blank in the back of the head, right? Blood everywhere. So like, yo, is this guy still out there? And mind you, at this point, right, they're not sure if it's a white dude or a black dude.
To the corner of Jackson Street. Had to make a choice. I was on the east side of the street, so I turned right to the east. Went up in that direction. I couldn't see anybody in either direction, nor could I see anybody scaling a wall into the Presidio. Got all the way down to the next corner, which was Maple. Decision number 2, which way to go. Looked to the left toward the Presidio. Saw absolutely nothing. It was much darker there. I figured the chance of finding somebody was almost nil. I turned to the right, and I saw a man walking his dog.
All right, so we're going to fast forward, right?
I thought that's what I wrote in the
note now.
All these years.
Portion of Zodiac's letter dated November 9th, 1969. So he says here, 2 cops pulled goof about 3 minutes after I left the cab. I was walking down the hill to the park, I think that says. And this cop came and pulled up. Let's see here. I can barely read that.
The Zodiac killer seems to crave publicity. He sent letters and cryptograms to newspapers and the police, recounting his crimes, threatening more murders, and making Bay Area residents very edgy.
There was panic in San Francisco after
Nobody in San Francisco was aware of any Zodiac until the murderer wrote to the Chronicle and included
that shirt.
Torn piece of shirt from Mr. Stine.
Famously piecing it together.
School children.
And here is a letter right here, guys, because it's in bad quality there. I got y'all, though. I got it right here. Here's the actual letter. Okay, the infamous letter that he wrote to the Chronicle after the killing of the cab driver. This is the Zodiac speaking, right? And that's what he typically always starts, how he starts all of his letters. It's a trademark, okay? I am the murderer of the taxi driver over by Washington Street and Maple Street last night. To prove this, Here is a bloodstained piece of his shirt. I'm the same man who did in the people in the North Bay area. San Francisco police could have caught me last night if they had searched the park properly instead of holding road races with their motorcycles, seeing who could make the most noise. Oh shit, he exposing them. The cab drivers should have just parked their cars and sat there quietly waiting for me to come out of cover. School children make nice targets. I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot out the front tire and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out. Sorry, guys. His handwriting is very difficult to read. But yes, so he basically said, I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning, just shoot out the front tire, and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out. Holy, this guy's on some fucking evil time, man. Yeah, holy. All right.
Make fine targets. I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot out the front tire and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out.
Now, what are you doing to protect the school buses, particularly in San Francisco?
In San Francisco, we have been since the first day, since the reception of this note, and up to now and continuing, we have a number of plainclothes officers following buses in the morning and in the evening.
But he never did he?
No, he just did it to scare them. And everyone went crazy.
Yeah, scare them and perhaps distract them from...
Exactly, from catching them. He did this a lot in his letters.
We have specifically requested that they alert their drivers to not stop under any conditions if a shot is fired or if their bus is subjected to a flat tire by the sniper. Further, that they get the children down immediately and proceed with all speed out of the area. And to try and attract...
Unable to be broken.
He has written to and still following tremendous...
So he went ahead, right? And he wrote... this is one of his ciphers.
Except for the last 18 letters. In case of the man.
So this is what the Zodiac Killer is famous for. Sending basically codes that people have to break down.
Who calls himself Zodiac and has boasted that he is responsible for 5 murders in the last 9 months.
What about the cryptogram in the letter? Does it tell you anything new about him?
Well, this letter that we received is just a short cryptogram, one line of symbols, which he says reveals his name. In the original correspondence we received from the Zodiac, he stated that his name was in it. The cryptogram in that letter was broken, except for the last 18 letters, and we have been unable to break it. We since received another correspondence from him, and that was unable to be broken. The experts felt that there really wasn't a message within that letter. Of course, we've already submitted this recent letter to our experts, and if his name is there, I'm sure it will be revealed.
It conforms with all the other material we've received from him in the past, yes.
Well, how can you tell it's authentic?
It's a matter of identifying the handprinting appearing on the card.
Where was this postcard postmarked from?
It has no postmark on it. It was found in the post office. Postal workers found it before it even got through the cancellation machine.
We're just about in the same position. We're still following a tremendous amount of leads. We're getting a tremendous amount of information every day, not only from the Bay Area, but from all over the nation. As you know, we have heard from him ourselves through our local press, and recently he has written to an attorney here in San Francisco. But as far as any specific piece of physical evidence or any specific individual, we're no closer than we were.
At one point in time, I was asked to go down and listen to a tape of an interview that had been on the Jim Dunbar show. And if I recall correctly, Melvin Belli was asked to come to the Jim Dunbar show. And so I was asked to listen to the voice, and there was some interaction between Melvin Belli and Jim Dunbar. My recollection of that voice is that wasn't even in the range of what I'd heard. I think I told him that I didn't think that was the voice.
Talk to us. Just tell us what's going on inside you right now, Sam, please.
I have headache.
Right.
All right. So this is a guy that called in, right, claiming to be the Zodiac on a national television show.
How long have you had those headaches, Sam? Been a long time?
Since I killed a kid.
Well, was it before December that you had the headaches?
Yes.
Were you in service that you might have had an injury in service? Or did you ever fall out of a tree or downstairs? Were you ever unconscious?
I don't know.
You don't remember. Does aspirin do you any good?
No.
Doesn't do any good. Sam, damn stuff never did me any good either when I had headaches. Sam, let me ask you a question. Did you attempt to call this program one other time when Mr. Belli was with us? And you couldn't? Did you try to call us one other time about 2 or 3 weeks ago when Mel Belli was with us?
Yes.
And we couldn't get through. And couldn't get through. The phones were tied up. Was that it?
Yes.
Right. Sam, let me ask you this. There's some reason why you go to a particular doctor or a particular priest, and some reason why apparently you wanted to talk to me or Lee. Is it that you feel that we have compassion for people who get in trouble? Or is it you feel that we can do something for you? Or is it you feel that we're have enough integrity that if we promise you something, that we're going to stick to it? Well, let's find out why he wanted to talk to. Why did you want to talk to Mr. Belli, Sam?
I don't want to be hurt.
It clearly was not the cadence, but it didn't seem like the voice as well.
I think a man that's sick. I think a man that's going into a...
So they ended up setting up a meeting, but this person ended up being someone who was a poser and was not the Zodiac, which we're going to go ahead and prove that later on with one of his ciphers. Now, with that said, guys, we're going to fast forward a little bit and transition. We're going to talk a little bit about the Zodiac's complex messages that he would send the news, okay? So we went over the victims, okay? We went over all 4 of the victims. A quick little recap, actually. We'll do that. All right, so first and foremost, we went over the Zodiac Killer, who he is, right? Most infamous serial killer in U.S. history, all right? And this famous photo came after he killed Paul Stine on October 11th, 1969, okay? Shot him in the back of the head. Then, right, so we talked about who he is. Then the first killing that we can, prove definitively was the Zodiac was on December 20th, 1968, okay? The 2 victims were David Arthur Faraday, age 17, and Betty Lou Jensen, age 16. They were shot and killed while out in a rural area in California, okay? Then fast forward to July 4th, okay, 1969, and Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin, right, and Mike Renault Mageau were also shot and attacked in Blue Rock, I believe. Yeah, the parking lot, Blue Rock Springs Park, okay? And Mageau survived the attack. However, Darlene Ferrin died. She succumbed to her wounds, right? Then you fast forward to September 27th, 1969, and Cecilia Ann Shepard and Bryan Calvin Hartnell were attacked by knife by the Zodiac Killer in person at Lake Berryessa near Napa, California. Okay, Cecilia was stabbed 10 times. Bryan Hartnell was stabbed 6 times. He survived the attack, was able to describe the individual as a 5'10", more heavyset individual that claimed to had escaped from prison in Montana. Matches Cecilia's description as well, coming in with executioner mask, bib, etc. And this also matched Mageau's description, which he also described the individual as a white male from 180, 220 pounds, between 5'8" to 5'10", heavier set, okay, with dark hair. All right. Unfortunately, the first 2 victims that we know, David Arthur Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen, they neither of them survived, so they weren't able to identify their attacker. Okay. And just to clarify, they were attacked at Lake Herman Road on the eastern outskirts of Vallejo, California. All right. And then from there, we get to Paul Stine, who was attacked and killed on October 11, 1969. This is one of the few situations where we actually have high eyewitnesses catching the killer in the act. And that's where that famous photograph that I showed you guys before comes from. 3 witnesses, okay, that saw him. Now we're going to get into the cryptograms. And then I'm going to go into another case that they were able to link to the Zodiac after the fact, that we'll get into the suspects. Okay. So the most famous code / cipher that the Zodiac did was on August 4th, 1969. The San Francisco Examiner received a 3-page letter with smudged writing ending with no address. There is no record of an envelope attached to this letter, thereby its mode of delivery to the San Francisco Examiner offices is unknown, but it was likely hand-delivered. Please read the no address form Zodiac article below for further information. Now, we won't get too much into the weeds there. Hold on, let me go ahead and enlarge this for y'all real fast. Okay. And this is Donald Hardin. He solved the first cryptogram. The Zodiac Killer detailed the first 2 attacks at Lake Herman Road and Blue Rock Springs Park in the debut of the Zodiac Litter and goaded the public by writing, "By the way, are the police having a good time with the code?" However, the code would be deciphered only 4 days later, August 8th, by Bay Area residents Donald Jean and Betty June Hardin of Salinas, California, who unearthed a message beginning, "I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all." Okay. And you guys are going to see that's a famous quote that comes from a certain book, and we'll talk about that in a second. Although nobody seriously expected the code solution to contain his real identity, because he said that he would identify himself, they would eventually be proved correct when the cryptogram was broken, unearthing the delusional ramblings of a calculated killer. The latest correspondence was undoubtedly a direct reply to Vallejo Police Chief Jack E. Stilts, who still expressed doubts regarding the Zodiac Killer as the murderer of 3. Jack E. Stilts was a native of Vallejo who first joined the police force in 1939 and oversaw many changes, including the new station located at 111 Amador Street before retiring with health issues in 1970. Jack E. Stilts died on October 4th, 1974, age 62. Okay. So the Zodiac sent 3 coded segments and 3 letters on July 31st, 1969 to the San Francisco Examiner, San Francisco Chronicle, and Vallejo Times-Herald, giving details of the first 2 crimes to the police. The Zodiac Killer, seemingly though, still had a lot to prove to Vallejo Police Chief Jack E. Stilts, who was less than satisfied that the letter writer and killer were one and the same, as can be seen below in the following extract from the Saturday, August 2nd, 1969 San Francisco Chronicle. He requested the writer to send further correspondence with more facts to prove it. So it actually worked in the police's favor. They went ahead and challenged him like, "Hey, you ain't really the guy." And of course, him being the clout chaser was like, "Fuck this, I'm gonna prove to y'all that I was the killer." The police chief urged the writer yesterday to send more letters with more facts to prove his connections with the crimes. So what does the Zodiac do? He obliges. Another Zodiac article was featured the following day on Sunday, August 3rd, 1969 in the San Francisco Examiner. The mistrust of Jack E. Stilts was highlighted again, reiterating that he still is not convinced the letters and codes were written by the actual killer. The police chief urged the writer to send more letters with more facts to prove his connections to the crimes. Okay. So now, okay. So, and as you guys know, he went, he called the dispatch right after he killed, I want to report a double murder. If you go down the street, and this is after the attack on Mageau and Darlene, you'll find I shot them they were shot with a 9mm Ruger, also killed those kids last year. Goodbye, right? Goodbye. That's strange. Goodbye. The phone message did not contain incorrect directions to police, as many people in the Zodiac community will have you believe, and a break insertion after the word east. The original message in the police report was described as substance of statement, not a verbatim transcription. The letter below was to arrive at the San Francisco Examiner just 1 month later. The note said this: "Dear editor," this is Zodiac speaking, "in answer to your asking for more details about the good times I have had in Vallejo, I shall be very happy to supply even more material. By the way, are the police having a good time with the code?" Guys, keep in mind, he says this all the time. Are the police having a good time? All right, that's one of his trademarks as well. If not, tell them to cheer up. When they do crack it, they will have me. On the 4th of July, I did not open the car door. The window was rolled down already. The boy was originally sitting in the front seat when I began firing. When I fired the first shot at his head, he leaped backwards at the same time, thus spoiling my aim. He ended up on the back seat, then the floor and back, dashing out very violently with his legs. That's how I shot him in the knee. I did not leave the scene of the killing with squealing tires, plus racing engine as described in the Vallejo paper. I drove away quite slowly so as to not draw attention to my car. The man who told police that my car was brown was a Negro about 40 to 45, rather shabby dressed. I was in this phone booth having some fun with the Vallejo cop when he was walking by. When I hung the phone up, the damn X thing began to ring, and that drew his attention to me and my car. Last Christmas, and notice how he spells Christmas, by the way, guys, with 2 S's at the end. And you guys also notice that they're writing this note verbatim how he spells. Okay, and this is the note here. Obviously, it's all smudged up and fucked up, so we're reading it so you guys can actually know what's going on here. Last Christmas, in that episode, the police were wondering how I could shoot plus hit my victims in the dark. They did not openly state this, but implied this by saying it was a well-lit night, plus I could see silhouettes on the horizon. Bullshit. The area is surrounded by high hills and trees. What I did was tape a small pencil flashlight to the barrel of my gun. If you notice, in the center of the beam of light, if you aim it at a wall or ceiling, you will see a black or dark spot in the center of the circle of light about 3 to 6 inches across. When taped to a gun barrel, the bullet will strike in the center of the black dot in the light. All I had to do was spray them as if I was a water hose. There was no need to use the gun sights. I was not happy to see that I did not get front page coverage. Zodiac symbol, right, was right here. And you can see here, I was not happy to not get the coverage. Bam. And then he writes underneath that, no address. Bro, holy man. This guy. Oh, shit. What's your thoughts on that letter?
I don't know. He seems like a clout chaser.
Yeah, this is clout chasing at another level, huh?
Yeah.
And then on the right are the 3 pages of correspondence mailed by the Zodiac killer. The writing is not very clear, but click on the page you want to view to enlarge the image. So yeah, I read it for y'all. Okay, let's go ahead here and scroll down. He said no address. So, and then he went ahead and sent the cipher as well. And they were able, Donald Hardin and his wife were able to decipher the code. Where's the code? Okay, this is the code right here. The 408 character cipher. Okay. And they cracked it. The 408 cipher contained the phrase, the most dangerous animal. Okay. As you guys remember, let me duplicate this real quick. Yeah, I told you guys that this is a very complex thing. This is what it said. Okay. This is what the code said. I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all. Okay? And that quote, guys, comes from The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Gaikowski, first published on January 19, 1924. It chronicled a man called General Zaroff who lived on Ship Trap Island, where he indulged himself by capturing shipwrecked sailors before equipping them with clothes, a hunting knife, and food before releasing them with a 3-hour head start, at which time he would hunt them down and kill them. However, if they were fortunate enough to survive for 3 days, he would grant them their freedom. Okay? And the Zodiac killer really liked this book because he quoted it in his letters. General Zaroff had become bored with just hunting wild animals, and he wanted to attack humans. And then he said, and, you know, of course, he quotes it in the thing. I like killing people because so much fun is much more fun than killing wild game in the forest. And then he put that in a letter. Let's see here. This is the cipher right here. All right, cool. All right, and this is the most famous one, and this one is the one that was cracked. Now, there was another big one, guys, that got cracked literally like 2 years ago. 3 guys out of Europe were able to crack it, which we'll talk about that as well. Let's see here. Let me go back. Now, if you go ahead and hit Google here, I think it was called the Broken Cipher. I think it was in 2021. Yep. So this is from Infographics.
Hey, Melbourne.
Yeah, thank you for having the entire message out tracked down.
So just take us through how you worked together and who was involved with doing this.
Yeah, so David Aranchak is from the United States, and he has been working on trying to solve this cipher in his spare time for 50 Spartan supercomputer.
Okay, so this is what the code actually said. It took them 50 plus years to solve this thing, guys, okay? It goes, I hope you're having lots of fun in trying to catch me. That wasn't me on the TV show. Remember, guys, how I showed you all that clip after one of the killings? And the guy tried to take credit for saying that he was the Zodiac, but he was actually just a sick individual from this clip right here when the guy tried to call into the show. So the Zodiac obviously took that shit personally. He was like, yo, that wasn't me on the fucking show. Stupid. I'm not afraid of the gas chamber because the person that called into the show, guys, said that I'm afraid of the gas chamber. All right. So he goes, I'm not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner because I now have enough slaves to work for me where everyone else has nothing when they reach paradise. So they are afraid of death. I am not afraid because I know that my new life will be an easy one in paradise death. Which
is at Melbourne University runs reading.
Which is crazy, right? And it was cracked by 3 different guys. Actually, here, who are the 3 guys? I forget who it was. Zodiac Killer, cryptogram, solved 20, I think it was 2021, 2020. Okay. So this was it originally. C340. Orange hack. Yes, and FBI confirmed it later. And they made like a special software for it, guys. They ended up spending a significant amount of time on it. They started, I think, in 2006, and then it cracked it to almost 14, 15 years later. And they had to turn the letters. They had to do it diagonally to be able to crack it. Okay. And also, the Zodiac made a mistake with the code, so they were able to go ahead and fix that mistake, account for spelling errors, and they were able to actually figure it out. And they used a couple of key words to be able to do it. I think gas chamber was one of them, and
killing,
and not killing. Killing was how the teachers found out, because they were able to find double consonant with the 2 L's, and they kind of used that to create a key, and then bam, they were able to save it to solve it in a few days. Okay, here we go. I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all time. Something gives me the most thrilling experience. It is even better than. Oh no, this is the original one. Okay. Either way, you guys get the point. It was solved a long time later, and that was the one with because it was the gas chamber, which is how you know it was the Zodiac, because he obviously took offense to that guy trying to take credit from calling into the TV show. Now we're gonna go ahead and get into one of the later. Now this murder, guys, actually occurred right later on, or excuse me, it occurred first. It occurred in 1966. However, they weren't able to link it to the Zodiac until later on. Okay, so this is Cheri Jo Bates, okay, or Cheri Josephine Bates. All right, she was killed between 9:23 p.m. October 30th and 12:23 a.m. October 31st, Monday. This case number out of Riverside, and she was attacked in an alley on the campus of Riverside City College, Riverside, California. Method of attack: a 1966 graduate at Riverside's Ramona High School, 18-year-old Cheri Jo Bates was beaten and stabbed multiple times with a short bladed knife. Her throat was also cut. There was no evidence of robbery or sexual molestation. There were no witnesses. And it was very bad, guys, because she was damn near decapitated. Bates had visited her college library, and police believe that when her Volkswagen Beetle was disabled by her eventual killer, her car was found approximately 100 yards from the alley where she was killed. A men's Timex watch band with a band suggesting 7-inch wrist was found at the scene, along with a military-style heel print indicating a size 8 to 10 shoe. Well, guys, if you remember, right, those Wingwalker shoes were also found at other crime scenes as well, military shoes. The origin of the watch was eventually traced to a military post, possibly in England. The shoes could have been sold at a nearby March Air Force base. Investigators established the watch was ripped from the attacker's wrist during the struggle. Although the watch stopped at 12:24, it is unknown exactly when the crime occurred. Bates died very quickly. Okay, so this was her college library here, guys. Then this is the watch that they found at the crime scene right here. Here's the investigators. Okay. This is Bates, right? Through her progression. This is obviously older photos. Let's see here. This is where the crime occurred. Obviously, this is them putting this over her body. It was a very violent scene. Here's the watch when it stopped. Okay. Also, an important note is that there was paint on this watch, guys, which we'll talk about that in a second, why that was relevant when we go over the suspects. Okay. And she died very quickly. And this is her at her funeral. Her brother, Michael, boyfriend, Dennis Highland, mother, Irene, unknown, father, Joseph, unknown, walking her out. The Zodiac victim. Zodiac was first considered a suspect in the Bates murder in October 1969 when the Riverside Police Department noted similarities between the Bates case and the Nappy County Zodiac killing of September 27, 1969. As you guys know, that's when they were attacked out there while picnicking. By November 1970, the news media had gotten wind of the possible Zodiac-Bates connection, and both the San Francisco Chronicle and the Los Angeles Times published lengthy stories. Zodiac detectives from the San Francisco Bay Area met with investigators handling the Bates case, and the conclusion was made that Zodiac was Cheri's killer. Eventually, the Zodiac sent a letter to the Los Angeles Times postmarked March 13th, 1971, accepting responsibility for the Bates crime. As in the subsequent Zodiac attacks, the Bates case saw police taunting letters written to the newspapers. A confession letter was mailed anonymously from Riverside on November 29, 1966, to both the Riverside Police Department and the Riverside Press Enterprise newspaper, and included details of the murder that had never been revealed by the police. Here is the confession letter right here, guys. She was young and beautiful, but now she is battered and dead. She's not the first, and she will not be the last. I lay awake nights thinking about my next victim. Maybe she will be the beautiful blonde that babysits near the little store and walks down the dark alley each evening about 7. Or maybe she'll be the shapely blue-eyed brunette that said no when I asked her for a date in high school. But maybe it will not be either. But I shall cut off her female parts and deposit them for the whole city to see. So don't make it too easy for me. Keep your sisters, daughters, and wives off the streets and alleys. Miss Bates was stupid. She went to the slaughter like a lamb. She did not put up a struggle. Well, actually, she did. But I did. Because just so you guys know, she ripped off a couple of hairs from his head, and they got 4 hair follicles that were brown, by the way, off of his head. And they were found in her left hand. It was a ball. I first pulled the middle wire from the distributor. Then I waited for her in the library and followed her out after about 2 minutes. So he disabled her vehicle. The battery must have been about dead by then. I then offered to help. She was then very willing to talk with me. I told her that my car was down the street and that I would give her a lift home. When we were away from the library walking, I said it was about time. She asked me about time for what? I said it was about time for her to die. I grabbed her around the neck with my hand over her mouth and my other hand with a small knife at her throat. She went very willingly. Her breast felt very... sorry, guys. This is hard to read because everything is so tight with this typewriter. Time for her to die. I grabbed her around the neck with my hand. Warm. There we go. Thank you. Her breast felt very warm and firm under my hands, but only one thing was on my mind: making her pay for the brush offs that she had given me during the years prior. She died hard. She squirmed and shook as I choked her, and her lips twitched. She let out a scream once, and I kicked her head to shut her up. I plunged the knife into her, and it broke. I then finished the job by cutting her throat. I am not sick. I am insane. Where am I at here? Sorry, guys. I lost my... Okay, thank you. Shout out to Annie. But then I will not stop the game. This letter should be published for all you to read it. It just might save the girl in the alley, but that's up to you. It will be on your conscience, not mine. Yes, I did make that call to you also. It was just a warning. Beware. I'm stalking your girls now. And Daily Enterprise, Riverside, California. Attention crime. As you guys can see, fucking sickness, man.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! And they published that?
Yeah, they published it. Yeah. Because he would threaten if you didn't publish it that he would kill more people. And obviously it's the news. They want clout. Let's be honest here.
It's like similar to like the Ripper.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So in December 1966, so 2 months after Bates was killed, a desk with a morbid poem scratched into the surface was discovered in the college library. The writing was eventually attributed to the Zodiac killer. Additionally, 3 other letters sent anonymously from Riverside on April 30th, 1967 to the above recipients, as well as to the victim's father, Joseph, have been attributed to the Zodiac. And here's the poem, guys. Sick of living, unwilling to die. Cut, clean. I don't know what that says. Fred? Clean, blood, spurting, dripping, spilling. All over, new dress. Oh well, it was red anyway. Life draining into an uncertain death. She won't die this time. Someone find her. Just wait till next time. Then you can see here RH. Okay. So, and this handwriting was similar to that of the Zodiac. Okay, let me go back here. Where was okay. And that was written on the desk at the college library. Conclusion. The original investigation concluded the Zodiac was the murder of Cheri Jo Bates. Hopefully 2021 will bring us the answer. Okay. So that was a potential person that was killed. And then also, right, I want you guys, this one is, and we'll spend a little bit of time on this one because the similarities are too close. So victims, right? Ray Davis, okay? Now, Ray Davis, so y'all know, was a cab driver, okay? He was murdered on April 10th, 1962. So he was potentially the first murder victim of the Zodiac, all right? So he died in a very similar way to Paul Stine, as we discussed before. He was shot twice from behind in his own cab. The weapon was a .22 caliber and the ammunition was a long rifle. Details: after becoming estranged from his wife, Davis lived with his brother in a rented house at 525 South Tremont Street in Oceanside. At 11:10 p.m., Davis, a driver for the Checker Cab Company, picked up a fare at a downtown cab stand, possibly on Mission Avenue, and notified his dispatcher that he was delivering the fare to a location in South Oceanside. Davis was never heard from again. Early the next morning, the body of Davis was found at the exclusive upscale neighborhood called St. Malo, Oceanside's first gated community. Davis had been shot twice from the backseat of his cab, one shot to his back and the other to his head. After dumping the body of Davis in the alley, his killer escaped in the cab before quickly abandoning it at 400 South Pacific Street. The exact dump site of the body was an alley directly behind 1926 South Pacific Street. The investigation revealed that Davis wasn't robbed, and police could never establish a motive for the killing. Now, was this the Zodiac? The killer, Ray Davis, called the police in advance and warned them he would soon be committing a baffling crime. Soon after Davis was killed, the police received another call from the killer, this time threatening to target a random bus driver. Servicemen from the nearby Camp Pendleton were used to help guard bus stops. Astonishingly, even though by the late 69, the Zodiac killer was making headlines throughout the country, no law enforcement agency ever noticed the many similarities between the unsolved murder of Ray Davis and unsolved Zodiac killings. These eerie similarities include shooting a cab driver to death in the wealthiest neighborhood of a city, because as you guys know, Paul Stine was killed in the Presidio area, which is the wealthiest part. Calling the police to take credit for the murder. Well, the Zodiac did that as well. Contacted the police to warn of future murders. Openly stating his intent was to baffle the police. The Zodiac did this as well, saying that I'll kill people and you guys won't know it's me because it'll look like heated arguments, etc. Making a bus the state subject of a death threat, displaying no obvious motive for the murder, using both a .22 cal weapon and a long rifle ammunition in the same killing. Conclusion. With all of the unusual similarities between the confirmed Zodiac attacks and the murder of Ray Davis, I see only two possibilities. The Zodiac killer somehow learned of the Davis case and decided to copy it, or Davis was killed by the actual Zodiac. In a 1971 letter, the Zodiac killer claimed he had many undiscovered victims in the Southern California, and I believe Davis was likely one of them. While there is no available DNA in the Davis case, the possibility exists of using ballistics to prove the same .22 weapon was used in both the Zodiac case and the murder of Ray Davis, which could give us definitive proof. For now, however, Davis is definitely a possible Zodiac victim. And here we go, March 13, 1971. This is Zodiac speaking. Like I have always said, I am crack proof. If the blue meanies are ever going to catch me, they had best get off their fat asses and do something, because the longer they fiddle and okay, I don't know what that says. They fiddle and fuck around. I think that, yeah. The more slaves I will collect for my afterlife. I do have to give whom credit for stabilizing across my Riverside activity. Oh, I have to give them credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity. So what does that do? That claims credit for Cheri Jo Bates. Okay? But they are only finding the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there. The reason that I'm writing to the Times is this. They can't they can't put me on the back pages like some of the other ones. SFPD 0, Zodiac 17 plus. Oh my God, this guy is fucking ruthless. What was that?
In the movie, they said that the Leigh Allen guy was left-handed.
Yes, and we'll talk about that here in a second. He is left-handed.
Because this handwriting looks like a left-handed.
What makes you say that?
Because everyone who's left-handed, it kind of slants over to, because their hands drag on the.
You know, it's funny. I'm left-handed too, and I do that
Do
sometimes.
you?
Yeah, I am also left-handed, and yeah, it does. I gotta
slants a little
yeah,
bit,
I gotta force myself to not have a slant. So that's good. That's a good observation right there. So you know what? Let me see if I can get this. This is March 13th, 1971, Zodiac letter. Let me see if I can, because I want to make sure I get that last part done. Okay, what it actually says here at the end, guys. All right, I'll read it for y'all one more time what this letter says so I make sure I have it correct verbatim. This is Zodiac speaking. Like I have always said, I'm crack proof. If the blue meanies are ever going to catch me, they had best get off their fat asses and do something, because the longer they fiddle and fart around, the more slaves I will collect for my afterlife. I do have to give them credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity, but they are only finding the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there. The reason I'm writing to the Times is this. They don't bury me on the back pages like some of the others. SFPD 0, Zodiac 17 plus. God damn, this dude's a fucking demon, bro. Okay. So that's what that letter actually says. So it's very possible that this person, this guy, Raymond Davis, was also a victim of the Zodiac, and this happened in 1962 before he was formally known as the Zodiac Killer. Now, should we get into? I guess we get into the suspects. So, all right, let's recap real fast, guys, because we went over a fucking lot. And if you guys are still watching at this point, you know, y'all, I told y'all this was going to be in a very extensive one. You know what I mean? This is a lot of murders, a lot of clues here and there. You know, you got cryptograms, you got letters going to the media, you got him taunting the police, you got him, you know, killing people in certain types of ways. You got links in cases, links in others. It's wild, all right? So let's go ahead and do a quick little, well, before I recap, Annie, what's your thoughts on this?
I don't know. I think that letter was like super creepy. Like I want to know what he means by like having slaves in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Like, that's like where did he get that from?
I guess he doesn't believe in the dichotomy of heaven and hell for good people and bad people.
No, yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Like I want to know like his like psychology, like what like made him think like that. You know what I mean?
He's clearly a narcissist.
Yeah.
The fact that he's like had to write a letter saying, yo, that was not me that called in that goddamn show. I'm the Zodiac. You know what I mean? Like that tells you in itself, like this guy really enjoyed getting the attention.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is, y'all think I'm kidding around when I say people do anything for clout. Bro, my man was causing havoc all over California in the 60s and the 70s. Fucking causing terror to everybody for clout.
Yeah.
Wild.
I don't know. I want to know what he like went through like in his childhood, like to like make him like be like this. Like there has to be like this like has to come from somewhere, you know.
Yeah, most serial killers almost always have fucked up childhoods.
Yeah.
You know, Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, I covered that last week. He basically witnessed a murder in front of him when he was like 9 years old. You know, Jeffrey Dahmer, his mom was a drug addict, popping pills.
Yeah.
Who else?
Wasn't it like his mom was like while she was pregnant, she was like using cleaning supplies or something like.
Yeah, she was a drug addict.
Yeah.
She was like taking a bunch of like anxiety medication and some other stuff while she was pregnant with him. John Wayne Gacy, abusive father, right?
Yeah.
Used to beat the shit out of him, right? The killer clown. All the serial killers had like typically came from like a fucked up background. If the father was in place, he did something like Richard Ramirez, like his dad chained him to a tombstone and made him sleep in a graveyard one night for being bad.
You're lying.
Yeah, no, for real.
That's so scary.
For real.
Oh my
and he ended up becoming like a devil worshiper later on, a Satanist. Yeah. Probably one of the sickest serial killers I've covered.
Yeah.
And then when he went to court, all the girls like were on him, like just like going to his trials and.
Really?
Yeah, dude, he was like a rock star. The girls loved him.
Ew.
Yeah. And don't say ew. We all know girls are clout chasers. All right, so let's go ahead and recap this thing for y'all because we covered a lot. All right, so first we went over who the Zodiac Killer is, guys. I mean, simple. Most infamous serial killer in United States history, okay? So his first known and documented murder was of David Arthur Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen, okay? On December 20th, 1968, a Friday, they were killed at Lake Herman Road on the eastern outskirts of Vallejo, California. They were both shot. Betty Lou Jensen was shot 5 times in the back, and David Faraday was shot once in the head at point-blank range and died within minutes. Okay, so they both were killed on the scene. Then you fast forward to July 4th, 1969, and Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin and Mike Renault Mageau were both attacked in Blue Rock Springs Park on the eastern outskirts of Vallejo, California. Okay, and Darlene Ferrin was killed. She was shot 9 times. Mike Mageau was shot 4 times. The weapon was a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, and Mageau was able to survive the attack, and that's going to be an important note later on. Okay, then we had the attack on September 27th, 1969, of Cecilia Shepard and Bryan Calvin Hartnell. All right. They were attacked via knife. They were robbed by an individual wearing what appeared to be an executioner's type mask bib with the infamous crosshairs on it. And it seemed to be an attempted robbery, but he ended up stabbing them, killing Cecilia in the process. Hartnell survived. He was able to describe the individual, luckily. and yeah, probably one of the more violent offenses. Then we had the shooting of Paul Stine on October 11th, 1969. Okay, not even a month later in San Francisco. Shot him in the back of the head, killed him. And Presidio Heights, one of the most, most expensive neighborhoods in the area, which draws a startling resemblance to the murder of Ray Davis, who was also killed in 1962. And then also we were able to link pretty much definitively, but it's still not like 100% like the others, was the murder of Cheri Jo Bates, who was violently stabbed and attacked in Riverside, California, a college student, in an alley after the attacker purposely disabled her car and offered her help. And then he wrote that sickening letter of his attack on her with details that only the police knew. Okay, so they were able to link that one over to the Zodiac as well. So we've established the victims. Now we're going to go ahead and get into the suspects. Okay, guys. Now, there's a bunch of suspects. Everyone and their mom came forward saying that I'm the Zodiac killer. You guys got to remember, this is the most famous case in U.S. history at this point, unsolved. All right. So everyone wants the clout. All right. So we're going to go over my top three. All right. I would say we're going to go over the top three. Now, the most famous by far is Arthur Leigh Allen. Okay. And I'm going to play a clip from the movie as well for you guys that kind of demonstrates a bunch of the evidence. You know what? Maybe I'll do that first. So in this movie, The Zodiac, right? Jake Gyllenhaal plays a cartoonist that became obsessed with the Zodiac and finding out who he is. All right. This is kind of when he hits the eureka moment and pins it all, and he's able to connect everything to Arthur Leigh Allen. All right. So I'll give y'all. So he goes and he interviews this woman who was friends with Darlene. This woman right here. Okay. Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin. Okay. So, and he's playing in the movie. God damn it. Hold on. Let me make sure I do the guy justice, because this guy actually ended up writing a book. Zodiac book. Robert Graysmith. There we go. Sorry. So he plays Robert Graysmith in this movie. Okay. So in this scene, he's interviewing a friend of Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin, all right, in prison. And this is how he starts piecing everything together. And then we'll go ahead and get into who Arthur Leigh Allen was.
He used to bring her presents from Tijuana. And I don't know why
she's talking about Lee at this point, but he doesn't know that he's talking about Lee.
was friends with him. She once told me he'd killed somebody.
Really?
Yeah, I think maybe when he was in the service.
Navy?
I think so.
Was he into movies? Was he a movie buff?
I can
Navy. We talked about those Wingwalker boots.
tell you that he was not into people. The party Darlene threw, people were supposed to just show up and drink beer and help paint, but this guy showed up in a suit and just sat in a chair all by himself all night long, didn't talk to anyone. And Darlene told me to stay away from him. She was scared of him. And a couple weeks later, she was dead.
Sorry. Do you remember his name?
I mean, it was short, like a nickname, like Stan.
Rick?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
How can you be sure? It's a long time ago. Think hard.
I am thinking hard.
It was Rick.
No, it wasn't.
It was Rick. It was Rick Marshall.
No.
All right. The reason why he says he thinks it's Rick, he says Rick Marshall, guys, because if you guys remember, right, you go back to the Cheri Joseph Bates, Cheri Bates, right? And you go to the poem R.H. Okay. So that is what made him think that it was Rick Marshall. Okay. But let's continue on. Something else happens.
Just say it.
It wasn't Rick.
So he's frustrated because he's been chasing this guy Rick the whole time, thinking he was the Zodiac.
was Leigh.
Oh, shit. Now, just so y'all know, Leigh is Arthur Leigh Allen. He never went by the name Arthur. Everyone called him Leigh. So Darlene, the woman that was murdered in that clip that I showed y'all in the beginning, with that was married, she had a painting party, and this guy Leigh came in a suit, and he was extremely awkward and strange. Now we're gonna see if it's the real Leigh, though. If it's the same Leigh, we're gonna see.
Leigh?
Yeah, Leigh. Sounds right.
So now Robert's like, wait, what the fuck? I gotta go. I gotta go back to the police department. So he runs to the Vallejo Police Department.
Officer, please you let me in. No, I just need to see one file. One file. Sergeant, move it. Sergeant, I just need to see one file. Just give me 5 minutes. I know exactly where it is. Please.
And just so y'all know, this case, the Zodiac case, to this day, there's a bunch of people, amateur detectives, running around still trying to solve this goddamn case to this day in 2022, guys. Okay? This thing happened in the 60s, and people are still to this day trying to figure it out. So Graysmith, right, was obsessed with this.
I shouldn't be talking to you. You got 5 minutes.
Okay. Here. Linda states that some of Darlene's closest friends are Leigh, who used to bring Darlene presents from Tijuana.
Bam, and that's in a police report. All right, so he remembered when he was going through the reports that name Leigh.
So what?
He knew her. Linda said Leigh. This is Leigh.
That's just one name in a file that contains hundreds. It's nothing.
Dave Toschi
agrees with me. Our investigation into the subject is over. Sorry.
Oh. Hello.
Something to note is that he received these phone calls with someone breathing heavy on the line, and they continued until Leigh passed away. So he always suspected that it was Leigh calling him. All right, so this is his wife walks in, right? She throws this file at him, okay? And he looks at it.
Yeah, it did.
Do whatever you have to. Finish this.
He's going to take a look at it now. Oh, hold on. Arthur Leigh Allen, birthday, December 18th, 1933. Okay. And here is his California driver's license. You guys got to remember that back then, right? Driver's licenses aren't as refined as they are now. You know, they were like pieces of paper. They weren't like, you know, plastic or, you know, good quality stuff like we have nowadays.
Also, remember
what's up?
in the scene where he was like stabbing the couple?
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take your car and I'm gonna go to Mexico."
Mhm.
And then the girl said that he would always bring like back like souvenirs
From Tijuana.
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. So what does he do? He finds out his birthday, and you guys are going to see the significance of this in a second, okay? So he runs over to David Toschi's house, the inspector, okay? After getting this information. He says it's Arthur Leigh Allen, because Toschi obviously didn't want to talk to him. Like, bro, you're annoying. It's Arthur Leigh Allen. he opens the door.
Where'd you get that name?
Where'd you get that name?
Called the Belli's house. December.
Now, just so y'all know, right? So Inspector Tashi is like, what the fuck? Because he's a private citizen. He shouldn't know that. But unbeknown to, Graysmith at this point, played by Jake Gyllenhaal, Arthur Leigh Allen was the prime suspect for SFPD and for Vallejo Police Department. He was the prime suspect for damn near 2 years. All right. So obviously Tashi is like, whoa, what the hell does this guy have to be able to link it like that?
69. I need to kill. Today's my birthday. It was his birthday. Arthur Leigh Allen was born on December 18th. Get in here.
Because he sent a letter saying, I need to kill on my birthday, which was dated on December 18th. And he sent it to that famous psychologist that was on that TV show. Let me see if I can pull up the letter for y'all.
Here you go. Thanks. He wrote me, 2,500 suspects. The only one who ever wrote me a letter was Leigh Allen. They like to help, sometimes. Yes, Robert, I know. He was arrested January 1975 for molestation. He sent me that when he got out. Dear Dave, if I can ever be of any help to you, just let me know. I'm sorry I wasn't your man. And it's typewritten. Using a typewriter is not a crime. And he knew Darlene. It's in the Vallejo files. Bolneck said that he was your favorite suspect, that you spent 2 years on him, and that nobody ever came close. All the evidence said no. Sherwood disqualified his handwriting. The same
Sherwood was a handwriting expert, which back then, guys, was very important, right? Like people actually wrote things back in the day versus typing and texting. So he was a handwriting expert, and he actually disqualified Leigh and said the handwriting wasn't the same.
With the drinks like Paul Avery now.
But there was heavy speculation that Leigh was ambidextrous, which means he could write with both hands. So he could have potentially written with another hand to throw off the police.
Yes, you have Sherwood Morrow in writing saying, I'm sorry, this just...
All right, now pay attention, guys. This is where he's going to recap some of the evidence, and we're going to go through that same evidence here. But I wanted to show you guys in a cinematic version so that it makes more sense when we actually go through it, and we'll dispel what may have been Hollywood versus what actually is fact.
Don't work, but you also have Terry Pascoe. His protege. Yeah, fine, it's his protege, but he's a handwriting expert nonetheless, and he's saying do not disqualify this suspect on the basis of handwriting, so the two cancel each other out.
No, they don't. It was Sherwood's case. He was the head of question documents. If it went to trial, all the defense would have to do is call Sherwood to the stand. And there was no way of getting Allen into court in the first place because there was no evidence, Robert.
What do you mean there's no evidence? You have him seen with the ciphers, the military boot prints, the same size shoes and gloves, the most dangerous game, the Zodiac watch.
Okay, so Leigh had a Zodiac watch, okay, guys, that was very similar to the symbol. And I'm going to show you guys what it looks like real fast. Zodiac watch. 1960s, and it has the same goddamn symbol. Y'all can see here. That's what it looks like. 1960s, it has the same symbol, and it's called Zodiac. So he wore one of those watches, okay? And his favorite book was The Most Dangerous Game.
Grammar school children, the misspellings.
He admitted this on an interview with the police. He has a background in school children. He used to be a teacher, but he was arrested for molesting one of the children.
Christmas, the bloody knife.
All circumstantial.
He spells Christmas with 2 S's. And he had bloody knives on the day that Hartnell and Cecilia were stabbed at Lake Berryessa. He claimed that he had been hunting chickens.
Paul Stine's shirt, his wallet, his keys. We should have found one of those things in that trailer. We didn't.
Now, the police did a search warrant, guys, at his house, at his trailer. But Graysmith comes up with a good rebuttal for this. Because he's saying, yo, we should have found that evidence at his place. Stine's shirt, knives, something. Even though they did find gloves that match the size 7.
Okay. Catherine Allen states that Leigh cleaned out his trailer on Friday after work and moved it to Santa Rosa on Saturday, August 7th, 1971. You interviewed him at the refinery on August 4th.
Yeah.
So he's cleaning out his trailer. He's moving it to a different county 48 hours after you interviewed him. Okay. Look at this stuff side by side. Okay. Arthur Leigh Allen and the Zodiac, their timelines. When was the first murder in Vallejo?
Christmas 1968.
8 months before that, Allen is fired for molesting his students, and his family discovers that he's a pedophile. Now, when do the letters begin?
July 69.
After the murder of Darlene Ferrin, and they continue until you go to see him at work. Now, after that, do any of the letters contain swatches of Paul Stine's shirt? No, because he dumped him because he got scared, because he knew that you were onto him. So when's the next letter from Zodiac?
Not until January of 1974.
He is silent for 3 years. Then in 74, he feels comfortable again because everybody's moved off Allen as a suspect. And what do we get? 3 new letters from Zodiac in January, May, and July in 74.
But then the letters stop.
What happens to Allen?
He's arrested. January 1975, they send him to a Atascadero. We don't get another letter from Zodiac the entire time he's there.
When is he released?
August 77.
Allen gets out, he types you an apology, and then what? We get our first new Zodiac letter in 4 years.
A lot of coincidences there.
Okay. Zodiac had to have known Darlene Ferrin, right?
Yes, because of the phone calls on the night of her murder.
Because of the Vallejo file, we know that Darlene knew a man named Leigh.
Yes.
So all coincidence aside, Robert, how can you be sure that Leigh Allen is a Leigh from this file? Now, Vallejo is a small town, but it's not that small. How do you put the two of them together?
This is a case that's covered both Northern and Southern California, with victims and suspects spread over hundreds of miles. Would you agree?
Yes.
Darlene Ferrin worked at the Vallejo House of Pancakes on the corner of Tennessee and Carroll. Arthur Leigh Allen lived in his mother's basement on Fresno Street.
Oh, shit. So, he lived, again, guys, we're talking about Darlene right here. He lived literally right next door.
Door to door. That is less than 50 yards.
Is that true?
So it's the same Leigh that went to that house painting party.
I've walked it.
Jesus Christ.
So?
The prints, the handwriting.
I'm not asking you as a cop.
But I am a cop. I can't prove this.
Just because you can't prove it doesn't mean it's not true.
Easy, Dirty Harry. Finish the book.
Right? And he was writing a book throughout this time, which ended up being released later on. Now, we're going to fast forward here to something that was actually factually true. So 7.5 years later, Ontario, Canada, August 16th, 1991.
Mr. Mageau, thanks for coming to see me.
You're the one I talked to on the phone.
I'm George Bauer, Vallejo PD. I took over for Jack Molex.
All right, guys, this is now your boy, Mageau. the guy that was shot in the beginning of the movie and survived. Okay. He was 20. He was 19. So in 1991, he's about what, 40 years old now at this point? This is 22 years later. Yeah. Yeah. He's like maybe late 30s, 40s at this point. My math sucks, but you guys get the idea. So they bring him in.
It's been 22 years. I don't know how I can help you. Well, this is just a formality. I'm going to show you a group of photographs. Now, the person that shot you may or may not be among these photographs. You don't have to pick anybody out just because I'm showing you these pictures, you understand? Yes, sir, I do. All right. Take your time. If you don't recognize anyone, that's okay.
Oh shit.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
How sure are you?
Pretty sure. He had a round face like this guy.
Wait, am I to understand that you're now identifying this second photograph?
Now, just so you guys know, and let me tell y'all this from my personal experience as far as showing photo lineups and arrays. This is a critical moment in your investigation when you show someone a photo array. You typically give it to them, tell them, hey, pick the guy out, take your time, get a good look at it. And you literally tell them, yo, are you sure? Are you sure? You want to make sure that when they give an identification, that it is positive, affirmative to every degree. Okay? So that's why he's saying, yo, are you sure you're not that guy? Now, I don't know. This is strange that he would be doing this alone. Typically, you want another officer with you so you have a witness. But this might have been done for more a theatrical effect. But more than likely, I guarantee it was probably another investigator with him when he did this. But this is factual for them to be asking, are you sure? And did you just identify that other guy? Blah, blah, blah.
I'm just that he had a round face like that. It's this man.
All right. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being positive, how sure are you?
At least an 8. Last time I saw this face was July 4th, 1969. I am very sure that's the man who shot me.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
And as you guys know, hurdy-gurdy plays again, as it did in the beginning of the movie. Now, in 2002, a partial DNA profile that did not match Allen was developed from a 33-year-old Zodiac envelope. Investigators in San Francisco and Vallejo refused to rule out Allen as a suspect on the basis of this test. In 2004, the San Francisco Police Department deactivated their Zodiac investigation. As you guys know, that was a Stine murder. Today, the case remains open in Napa County, Solano County, and in the city of Vallejo, where Arthur Leigh Allen is still the prime and only suspect. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna mute it real quick because we don't want to get hit with the copyright too bad. I'll probably gonna get hit with the copyright regardless. But that was a song that they used for this. I'm curious to see if they actually played that song while he was getting shot, like where they actually listened to that on the radio. The song came out in 1968. Inspector Dave Tashi retired from the San Francisco Police Department in 1989. He was cleared of all charges that he wrote the 1978 Zodiac letter. Yeah, he got hit with some internal affairs bullshit, but he ended up beating it. Paul Avery passed away on December 10, 2000 of pulmonary emphysema. He was 66. His ashes were scattered by his family in San Francisco Bay. He was a reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle, if I'm not mistaken. And then Robert Graysmith lives in San Francisco and enjoys a healthy relationship with his children. He claims he has not received a single anonymous call since Allen's death. As you guys know, that heavy breathing he always suspected was Allen. Now, going back to Allen's birthday. Okay, guys, this is the Melvin Belli letter. All right. This was another piece of evidence that made people think that it was your boy Lee. So in January of 1970, the person claiming to be the Zodiac rang the Belli residence and spoke with his housekeeper, Erna, requesting to speak with a flamboyant lawyer, only to be told he was unavailable and out of the country. The caller replied, "I can't wait. Today's my birthday." Okay. This interaction was detailed in the partially redacted FBI file on January 14, 1970, shown below. The phone call would have been placed in the days before this urgent request labeled instant date January 14th. On February 18th, 1970, the caller to the Jim Dunbar show was traced and identified by San Francisco police as Eric Weil. They contacted the FBI with the details, but this information not appearing in the newspapers. Eric Weil was almost certainly responsible for both the Jim Dunbar show call and the call to Bellai's residence, stating, "I can't wait. Today's my birthday." Eric Weil was born on January 10, 1940. His father's name was Sam. Hold on one second. Something's off here. So this was a letter that was sent to Melvin Belli, right? The lawyer that was on that show. This is Zodiac speaking. I wish you a happy Christmas with 2 S's, by the way, which is how Lee would spell. The one thing I ask of you is this: please help me. I cannot reach out for help because of this thing in me want to let me. I'm finding it extremely difficult to hold it in check. I am afraid I will lose control again and take my 9th plus possibly 10th victim. Please help me. I am drowning. At the moment, the children are safe from the bomb because it is so massive to dig in. Plus, the trigger mech requires much work to get it adjusted just right. But if I hold back too long from no 9, I will lose all control of myself, plus set the bomb up. Please help me. I cannot remain in control for much longer. Okay. So, yeah, very, very strange, because he did send a letter one time, guys, which was verified, that had instructions on how to build a bomb. Okay. Which actually led to a lot of people thinking that it was the Unabomber, right? Ted Kaczynski, as the Zodiac killer, but he was ruled out. All right. Now, let's go into the hard evidence of what makes them think Arthur Leigh was the suspect. We covered what the movie had. We covered one of the Belli letters. Okay, now let's go ahead and talk about Arthur Leigh's connections to the Zodiac killer. Began on October 30th, 1966, when Cheri Jo Bates was stabbed to death at Riverside College in Riverside, California. In late November 1966, 2 anonymous typewritten Bates murder confession letters were mailed to the local police and newspaper. I read one of them for you guys. The typewriter was identified as being a royal model with either Elite or Pica tape. Allen allegedly was in Riverside the weekend Bates was murdered. The information placing Allen in Riverside was developed in 1971 by the Vallejo Police Department and California Department of Justice. Allen later hinted it was true, first claiming to have been in the area at the time, then telling people he was in nearby Pomona when he first heard of the Bates murder. Okay, so that's one thing, right? That's one clue. Employed as an elementary school teacher in California's Calaveras County at the time of the Bates murder, by the time his employment ended in late March 1968, Allen had used only one of 19 available 6 days. Allen was absent on November 1st, 1966. Remember, guys, Cheri Jo Bates died on or about October 30th, 1966. Initially, Allen attributed the absence to school business. He was later charged with a sick day. Did Allen stay an extra day or 2 in Riverside gathering secondhand information to use in the anonymous confessions, or did Allen actually kill Bates, missing work on November 1st because of facial wounds inflicted by his victim? Keep in mind, guys, that we know, right, from the evidence that Cheri Jo Bates fought off her attacker very hard. Okay, she scratched the fuck out of him. She had skin particles in her fingernails, and she had hair in her hands. I think they found 4 hair follicles, to be exact, in her left hand when they found her body. So she fought like hell. Modern FBI profiles on serial killers usually say that during periods of activity, the killer will behave erratically, exhibit moodiness, drink or smoke more than usual, and miss work. During the execution of a 1991 search warrant, VPD seized a royal typewriter with Elite type from the home of Allen. So there's another clue right there. So they found a similar typewriter that was used to type up the confession that you guys saw with the Cheri Bates one that I read earlier, that had all the details of using a short knife, choking her, etc. In late April 1967, 3 anonymous letters referring to Bates were mailed. In 1970, the Sherwood Morrill, head of the question document section of California's Criminal Identification and Investigation Bureau, right? Sherwood Morrill, like I said before, he was the handwriting guy, determined them to be the work of the Zodiac. Each contained double the necessary postage, a Zodiac trademark. 2 of the 3 letters were signed with an unusual symbol. Some believe the symbol resembles a sloppy Z. Others say it looks like a 32. At the time Bates was killed, Allen was 32 years old, and his permanent residence was 32 Fresno Street in Vallejo, California. In 1970, Zodiac would create a cipher that contained 32 symbols. Another connection right there. And also, 32 Fresno Street, guys, was on his driver's license, as you guys saw in the movie. At the approximate time the 3 letters were mailed, a desk was discovered on the RCC campus that had a morbid poem scratched into the surface, possibly referring to the Bates murder. That's the one that I showed you guys before as well, right? This is it right here, that poem. Okay. The poem was signed R.H. The president of RCC at the time, Bates, was murdered was R.H. Bradshaw, a detail a stranger to the area probably wouldn't have known. Ah, okay. So I was wrong about the Rick thing. My bad, guys. I'll give myself stupid. It was R.H. Bradshaw. Okay, which I thought that was kind of weird too. Interestingly, after establishing the moniker Zodiac, the only reference Zodiac ever made to the Bates murder came in a letter to the Los Angeles Times postmarked March 13, 1971. RCC, where Bates was a student, was found on March 13, 1916. Okay. Timing his letters to be postmarked on a significant date was a Zodiac specialty in the Times reference to Bates in another example of this. Ah, okay. So the school she went to was founded on March 13, 1916, but he sent a postmark on March 13, 1971. So that's a Zodiac thing. The Bates murder was initially merely local news, not likely to have gotten much exposure outside of the Riverside area. If Zodiac didn't actually kill Bates, which is a strong possibility, he at least had enough knowledge of the crime to produce the anonymous confessions. That's true. He did have quite a bit of information. A strong case can be made that Zodiac had ties to the Riverside area. Allen certainly did. To date, even though it was an item it was looking for, it was looking in 1991 search, BPD has not attempted matching Allen's typewriter to that of the anonymous confessions. Ah, okay. Zodiac name / cross circle symbol, ciphers, etc. According to his brother, Ron Allen was given a Zodiac watch as a Christmas gift from their mother in 1967. Allen's estimation of when he received the watch was July or August 1969. The logo for the Zodiac watch is a cross circle symbol, the same as eventually used by the Zodiac killer. According to police statements, within days of receiving the watch, Allen is alleged to have made these claims to his friend Don Shaney. Allen used the premise of writing a novel to communicate this fantasy. Shaney estimates the conversation took place on January 1st, 1969. And as you guys know, he killed the couple, this couple right here, allegedly, on December 20th, 1968. Okay? And then the Zodiac moniker came soon after. So he admitted this to a friend under the premise it was going to be, and I say this with air quotes, a novel. All right. He goes, he would like to kill couples at random. He would taunt the police with letters detailing his crimes. He would sign the letters with cross circle symbol from his watch. He would call himself Zodiac. He would wear makeup to change his appearance. He would attach a flashlight to the barrel of his gun in order to shoot at night. He would fool women into stopping their cars in rural areas by claiming they had problems with their tires, then loosen their lug nuts, and eventually take them captive. And he actually did this to another woman, which I will show you guys a movie clip of this. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll show you that clip after because I don't want to get you guys too disconjointed here. Don eventually took this information to the police, and in 1972, the San Francisco Police Department was able to secure a search warrant against Allen as the Zodiac killer. Unfortunately, SFPD elected to search a trailer that Allen frequented in nearby Santa Rosa instead of searching his home at 32 Fresno Street in Vallejo. Nothing incriminating was found. Stupid. That was an L. And as you guys know from the movie, he emptied out that trailer right after he got interviewed by the police on August 4th, 1972, I think. Because they got the search warrant, I think, in September. I think he got, you know what? The movie details it. Let me go back here. This is when they interview him. Right here. Okay, works at Union Oil and Pinole. So they go to interview him. Right, they're talking with the chief.
Make sure you call Mullinax. It is his backyard.
All right, because that works so well for us in Riverside.
Cooperation, that's us, at all costs.
All right, they're going to put the date here. 1 day later, Rodeo, California, August 4th, 1971. So they ended up getting the search warrant, guys, in 1972, damn near a year later. Okay? Speaking of which, let's go 32 Fresno Street. This is 32 Fresno Street right here, my friends. This is where your boy, Arthur Leigh Allen, used to live. So this is where they should have done the search warrant. I think this is 32 right here. What's this one? This is 30. Let me see here. Let's have the number. No, this is 26. So if this one is 26, well, hold on. This one might be, because it looks like a two-family home. Okay, this one is 30. Yeah, 26, 30. So bam, this one is 32 right here. This one's got to be 32. So, yeah, Google sometimes is inaccurate, guys. But yeah, so this is where they should have done the search warrant, but they didn't. They did a search warrant on his trailer instead, thinking that the evidence was going to be there, right? Because it wasn't his official address. According to a police statement in early 1968, conversation with his friend Philip, Allen is alleged to have been fascinated with the concept of hunting people. According to Allen, people would be more challenging to hunt than animals since they have intelligence. On July 31st, 1969, Zodiac mailed a cipher to the news media. Within days, it was solved and stated that killing a man was more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all to kill. As you guys know, this was the cipher that was solved by the school teacher and his wife. Okay? We talked about that earlier. Additionally, during a 1971 police interrogation, okay, which was done on August 4th, right here, as y'all know, okay, Allen offered the fact that as a youth, he had read a book that had made a lasting impression on him. The book was called The Most Dangerous Game and was about hunting a man like an animal. That's a lot of fucking similarities, huh? Then, on June 15, 1958, Allen was arrested by VPD and charged with disturbing the peace, the result of an altercation with an acquaintance, Ralph Spinelli. The charges were dismissed on July 8, 1958. Zodiac would later taunt San Francisco Chronicle columnist Marco Spinelli in a letter postmarked July 8, 1974. According to statements of police by family and friends prior to the publication of the Zodiac codes, Allen had possession of codes featuring identical symbols. Additionally, Allen was known to use the same unusual spelling and phrasing as Zodiac later used, such as spelling Merry Xmas instead of Merry Xmas and saying trigger mech instead of trigger mechanism. Allen would intentionally misspell words to be funny. So the big one, guys, is Christmas with the two S's. Okay. In a 1969 letter, Zodiac used the term bussy work, which is jargon used by elementary school teachers. Busy work is a technique used to keep children busy and therefore happy by assigning them menial tasks. As you guys know, right? We all went to elementary school and the teachers were like, yo, let's fucking do this crossword puzzle or some other bullshit, right? Prior to their termination in March 1968, Allen had almost 10 years of experience as an elementary school teacher. And as you guys remember, he made that threat about shooting kids as they came off of the bus. Despite some negative ramifications on his life, Allen continued to wear his Zodiac watch until it was seized during the execution of VPD's search warrant in 1991. Lake Herman Road. In March 1968, Allen was fired from his job as an elementary school teacher for molesting a student. This was Allen's second career failure, as in 1958, he was less than honorably discharged from the Navy after 2 years of service. Another connection. And we know those Windwalker boots, and he wore a size 10. With no source of income, Allen moved back home with his mother and father at 32 Fresno Street in Vallejo, California. According to friends and family, Allen hated his mother and felt inferior to his father, Ethan. Ethan was a very successful military man. Certainly, being a child molester didn't help Arthur's status around the house. Allen began gaining weight and drinking heavily, eventually taking a part-time job as a service station attendant. By winter, Allen was in a downward spiral of depression and alcohol abuse, most probably amplified by his two major stressors, his birthday and Christmas. Their apparently motiveless Lake Herman Road murders occurred on December 20th, 1968. So he was in a downward spiral in his life, and he ended up killing those two, right? Or allegedly. Between Allen's December 18th birthday and Christmas, December 25th. So smack dab right in the middle of those 2 days, These two were killed, as you guys know. David Farady and Betty Lou Jensen. Profiles indicate serial killers are always active in areas they're familiar with. Allen was living only about 7 minutes from Lake Herman Road crime scene. He had an explosive temper, was known to park and drink alcohol in rural settings such as Lake Herman Road, and always carried weapons in his automobile. In 1991, the search warrant executed by VPD revealed Allen owned the same type of ammunition used to kill the victims of the Zodiac's Lake Herman Road attack. Okay? And Lake Herman, as y'all know, were these unfortunate individuals. Excuse me, sorry. It was them. It was David Farady and Lou Jensen, right? So they had the same kind of ammunition. He had the same kind of ammunition in his house. Blue Rock Springs. Okay, so those were his connections to the Lake Herman Road killings in 1968. Now we're going to get into Blue Rock Springs, which is these two, Darlene Elizabeth and Mike Mageau. And remember, Mike Mageau actually identified him as well. Zodiac's Blue Rock Springs attack on July 4, 1969 was the second within 7 months to occur on the eastern outskirts of Vallejo. This time, Zodiac was only about 4 minutes from Allen's home. Major holidays can bring out ugly behavior in people, and Allen was already dealing with unemployment and alcohol abuse. The male victim, Mike Mageau, survived the attack and gave police description of the Zodiac's car, brown in color, possibly a Corvair. At the time, Allen had a friend, Philip, who was trying to sell his brown Corvair. Oh, shit. According to a police statement, Philip's Corvair was parked in front of a service station in Vallejo where Allen had recently been employed, and the key was inside the office. Philip had occasionally allowed Allen to drive the Corvair. The possibility exists that Allen either had a key to the car or to the service station where it was parked. Additionally, there are potential connections between Blue Rock Springs victim Darlene Ferrin and Allen. In 1966 through 1967, Ferrin worked as a waitress at the International House of Pancakes on Tennessee Street in Vallejo, less than 1/10 of a mile from Allen's home at 32 Fresno Street. Let's see if we can go ahead. Does it have the address? At the International House of Pancakes on Tennessee Street in Vallejo. You know what? Let's go ahead and try to do directions here. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up for y'all. It's called let's see. If it actually still exists, that's going to be shocking. But let's try International House of Pancakes, Tennessee Street. I will be shocked if this thing still exists. Okay, it's an IHOP now. All right. So let's see if we can, let's enlarge this real fast. And this is from 2017. All right. So let me Street View. No, we don't need to do all that. Okay. So I think 114 Plaza Drive. All right, so I copied that. So let's go ahead and try to map this out, guys. See how close it actually is. Right? Bam. To 32 Fresno Street. 7 minutes. Right? Pretty damn accurate. So he was very close. Allen is alleged to have told Don Chaney that he was fond of a waitress from that restaurant. Okay. Also, according to a police report, an unidentified male named Lee was known to associate occasionally with Darlene. Allen was known by his middle name, spelling it Lee. Until Lee is identified, the possibility exists that victim Ferrin might have known Allen. Finally, in 1971, Allen's father, Ethan, died. The date was March 17th, Darlene's birthday. It was yet another occasion when someone close to Allen died on a significant Zodiac date. According to a police report, in mid-1992, surviving Blue Rock Springs victim Mageau picked Allen out of a VPD police lineup saying, "That's him. He's the man that shot me." So that one right there is a big one. And I showed you guys that movie clip when he identified him. All right. But sadly, Leigh died, a.k.a. Allen, died shortly thereafter in 1992 of, I think, a heart attack. All right. Lake Berryessa. Okay. So as you guys know, Lake Berryessa was this one with Cecilia Shepard and Bryan Calvin Hartnell. All right. So going back, on September 27, 1969, Zodiac used a foot-long knife with a sheath and rivets to attack a young couple at Lake Berryessa in Napa County, just north of Vallejo. Allen, an outdoorsman, frequented recreational areas such as Berryessa often, trapping game, scuba diving, and camping. Allen was familiar with the Berryessa area and even told VPD's Sergeant Lynch in October 6, 1969 interview, okay, and this was literally a week or so after, right, maybe a week and a half, that the day of the attack, he was going to go to Berryessa, but went up the coast instead. Allen first used a mysterious couple from Treasure Island as an alibi, but could never produce their names or phone number. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! A 1930s film, Charlie Chan at Treasure Island featured a villain named Dr. Zodiac, who wrote taunting letters about San Francisco crimes. Later, Allen attempted to use a deceased elderly neighbor as an alibi, claiming this neighbor, William White, had seen Allen the afternoon of the Berryessa attack and that the two had a conversation. At this time, another William White, a ranger from Napa County, was all over the news as a spokesman on the Berryessa attack. Neighbor White died within a couple of weeks of this alleged encounter. His birthday was December 20th. So, guys, so he was in Berryessa during the murder. Then he says, "Oh, but I had an alibi of a couple," which they weren't able to confirm, right? Used from the Treasure Island. Then another person, William White, who died. So the police weren't able to actually verify his alibi whatsoever. So during a 1971 police interrogation, this one here, by the way, guys, he says, Allen admitted to having possession of bloody knives the day of the Berryessa attack, claiming he used the knives to kill a chicken. Okay, sure. Allen's physical appearance and voice were the same as Zodiac's, according to surviving Berryessa victim Bryan Hartnell. Hartnell had been taken to see Allen at his place of employment by a DOJ representative in the mid-1970s. Holy shit. Okay. And remember, guys, Bryan Hartnell, this guy right here, right? Excuse me, my bad. Bryan Hartnell, this guy right here, survived the knife attack, and he had a full conversation with the guy. Remember, in the police report, we went over this, right? That they had a full dialogue right here. Cecilia, what do you want? Bryan, okay, do whatever you say, blah, blah, blah. And here's the assailant. Now take it easy, blah, blah, blah. So they had a full-on conversation, so he will remember his voice. He was trying to have, small talk with the guy. And keep in mind that he made references to Mexico, all right? And Annie, sharp as she is, remembered that this guy, Leigh, would come to Darlene's house with gifts from where? Tijuana, all right? So there's a lot of similarities here, guys. So Hartnell says it's the same voice. Zodiac left size 10.5 footprints at the crime scene. According to a police report, Allen wore a size 10.5. These are the footprints right here, guys, from those wing walker boots. And we know that Allen served in the military. In 1991, the search warrant executed by VPD revealed Allen owned a foot-long knife with sheath and rivets. To date, even though it was an item it was looking for, VPD has not attempted matching Allen's knife to the wounds of the Berryessa victims. Come on, man. Bad police work. Paul Stine. When Zodiac hailed Paul Stine's cab in San Francisco on October 11, 1969, his original destination was Washington and Maple Street in Presidio Heights, an intersection featuring a school crosswalk. Okay, Washington and Maple Street in Presidio Heights. I'm going to go ahead and type that in for y'all, too. Let's go ahead. Washington, Maple Street, Presidio Heights. Washington and Maple. Bam. Up, has that big crosswalk to this day. Here it is. Okay. This is the intersection. Featuring a school crosswalk. Amazingly, the address Stine was headed when he encountered Zodiac was 509th Avenue, the Allen Arms Apartments. On October 13th, 2 days after killing Stine, Zodiac mailed a letter threatening school children. Exactly 1 week earlier, Allen had been interviewed by VPD's Lynch at the elementary school where Allen worked as a janitor. If Lynch had asked to see Allen's driver's license, he might have noticed that the issue date was October 13th. Strange. Okay. According to a police report in 1991, Allen's old nemesis, Ralph Spinelli, came forward to VPD claiming that just prior to the Stine murder, Allen had admitted he was Zodiac and would prove it by going to San Francisco and killing a cabbie. After killing Stine, Zodiac took his wallet, car keys, and a portion of his shirt. In no other attack did Zodiac take items from his victims. It is a matter of fact that Zodiac did indeed prove he was Stine's killer, and he did so by including scraps of Stine's bloody shirt and his subsequent taunting letters to the news media. One such letter was postmarked November 9th, 1969, and contained a bomb diagram. Ingredients for the bomb included ammonium nitrate, fertilizer, and gravel. Zodiac claimed in the letter that the bomb was being stored in his basement and that his killing tools were acquired through mail order outfits. In 1991, the search warrant executed by VPD revealed Allen had, in his basement, handwritten diagrams for bombs comprised of ammonium nitrate, fertilizer, and gravel. Holy! Also found were mail order catalogs for bombs, guns, and booby traps. Allen and Stine had much in common. Both were students, both had the middle name Leigh, spelled Lee by Allen, and both were born on December 18th. Perhaps December 18th was the most significant Zodiac date of them all, because that was Leigh's birthday. Arthur Leigh Allen timeline. Okay, now we're going to get into the timeline. So as you guys can see, look at all the similarities at all the different crime scenes between Paul Stine, the Lake Berryessa stabbings, the Blue Rock shootings, and the Lake Herman Road shootings in the 60s. Wild. What's your thoughts so far, Annie?
I feel like everything leads to him, but I don't understand, like in the movie, they like disregarded him because the handwriting was like off.
The handwriting, and
Yeah.
I think the DNA didn't match for the envelope.
But don't you think like other people could have gotten their hands on
Exactly. They could have, or they could have licked the envelope. You could have had some like
Yeah.
girl lick it for him, or a dog.
Yeah.
I've heard of
Yeah.
criminals having dogs lick the envelopes for them.
Yeah.
To not, granted, in the 60s, DNA wasn't a thing.
Right.
But who knows? I mean, if he's that smart, putting all these
Yeah.
things together, I mean, I couldn't put it past him to,
Yeah.
also take that step as well.
Yeah. No, but
Um,
yeah, I feel like everything like it has to be him.
Yeah, it's too many similarities, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a staggering amount of coincidences. Let's go. So we're able to, they were able to, and shout out to Tom Voight, by the way, for gotta give him a shout out. This is his website, man. He did a fantastic job of linking a bunch of this stuff, summarizing stuff for y'all. A big part of us being able to give you guys this awesome ass Zodiac breakdown is because of his hard work and putting everything together, and me kind of putting it in a fashion for you guys where it's a little bit easier to digest. Because I ain't gonna lie to y'all, there is a Zodiac black hole that you can easily get into, and timestamps are definitely going to be on this podcast because we have a lot that we went through. All right, so Allen and Stine had much in okay, so now we're going to go into the timeline based on official police reports, social security records, employment applications, motor vehicle records, and testimony from friends and law enforcement officials. Most of the information about this suspect found elsewhere is grossly inaccurate. So Arthur Leigh Allen was born in Honolulu, Hawaii, December 18th, 1933. Allen was reared in Vallejo, California, and was graduated from Vallejo High in 1950. It is suspected the Zodiac had very close ties to Vallejo, most likely as a resident. Obviously, a lot of the murders happened in and around that area, right? 1948 to 1957, Allen attended Vallejo College, majoring in liberal arts. He received an Associate's of Arts degree in 1957. 1951 to 1952, Allen worked as a lifeguard at the Plunge in Vallejo. 1953, Allen worked as a sailmaker at Mare Island Naval Shipyard in Vallejo, California. 1954 through 1960, Allen attended Cal Poly State College in San Luis Obispo, California, majoring in elementary education. He received his bachelor's degree in 1960. 1957, Allen enlisted in the U.S. Navy. Zodiac was thought to have an affiliation with the military, most likely the Navy, because of the wing walker boots we spoke about before. June 15, 1958, Allen was arrested by Vallejo Police Department for disturbing the peace as a result of an altercation with acquaintance Ralph Spinelli. The charges were dismissed on July 8, 1958. Zodiac demonstrated animosity towards the police. It could have stemmed from the perceived mistreatment. December 1958, Allen was discharged from the Navy, so he got kicked out. 1958, 1962, Allen, attempting to gain his teaching credential, was hired by Santa Rosa Elementary in Atascadero, California. 1961 to 1962, Allen worked 2 summers as a psychiatric technician at Atascadero State Hospital in Atascadero, California. 62 to 63, Allen taught at Travis Elementary, Travis Air Force Base, California. He was eventually fired for having a loaded weapon in his car on school grounds. 64 through 65, Allen was incapacitated with a severely lacerated leg, allegedly the result of a motorcycle accident. 66 through 68, Allen taught at Valley Springs Elementary in Valley Springs, California. His teaching career ended when he was fired for molesting a student. Stupid. Allen's mother, Bernice, gave him a Zodiac watch as a gift, and this is December of 1968. According to Allen's brother, Ron, the watch was received in December 1967. So he got it in 68. The first murder occurred in December of 1968. But according to Allen's brother, Ron, the watch was received in December of 1967, so a year prior. But either way, it was in December. January 1969, Allen allegedly confided in Don Chaney that he intended to kill couples at random, threaten school children, and taunting letters to the police, and call himself the Zodiac. Okay. So that was at the beginning of the year, right? After, again, these murders of these two in 68, December of 1968. April 4, 1969. Living back at home with his parents, Allen was terminated from his part-time job at a gas station of Vallejo, where he had worked for approximately 6 months. In August 1971, Allen was described by his former employer as being undependable with a drinking problem. In addition, Allen was said to be too interested in small girls. Oh, man, that's an L for him right there. July 1969. Shortly after the murder of Darlene Ferrin, a relative of the victim informed investigators that Darlene had a relationship with some sort of man named Lee. And we know that Lee lived minutes from her restaurant, and he took a fancy to a waitress at said restaurant. During the 1969-70 school year, Allen was employed part-time as a janitor at Elmer Cave Elementary School in Vallejo. During Allen's stint at Cave, Zodiac wrote letters threatening school children. October 6, 1969. Allen was questioned by Detective John Lynch of VPD regarding the murder of Cecilia Shepard at Lake Berryessa. It is unknown who turned Allen in as a suspect or why. Allen later admitted that when asked by Lynch where he was on September 27, 1969, Allen said, "I was going to go to Lake Berryessa, but I ended up the coast instead." Interesting. On October 10, 1969, Allen supposedly told Ralph Spinelli he would be going to San Francisco to kill a cabbie. Okay? The day before, Zodiac would later taunt San Francisco Chronicle columnist Marco Spinelli in a later postmarked July 8, 1974. 1970-1974, Allen attended Sonoma State College, majoring in biological science with a minor in chemistry. He completed all academic requirements in 1974, but did not receive his bachelor's of science degree until after 1981. During Allen's stint at Sonoma State, the Zodiac murders apparently ceased. However, the Sonoma co-ed killings began. According to a retired special agent, Jim Silver of the California Department of Justice, if you mapped where the co-eds were last seen and where they were later found dead, Allen's trailer would be directly in the center. Eventually, many other murders were suspected of being the work of the Zodiac. One investigator theorized that Zodiac was choosing crime scenes to form a giant Z. Okay. Of course, this is a theory. March 17, 1971. Allen's father, Ethan, died at age 67. Ethan was the retired, highly decorated naval commander. Ethan Allen died on what had been Darlene Ferrin's 24th birthday. When Allen became a suspect, this was looked at with suspicion. On summer 1971, Allen was employed as a junior chemist at an oil refinery in Pine Knoll, California. July 15, 1971, the Manhattan Beach, California Police Department was contacted by Allen's former friend, to whom Allen allegedly made the incriminating statements in January 1968, which we talked about before. A report was prepared by MBPD Inspector Dave Tashi, San Francisco Police Department. Okay. And that was Inspector Tashi, as you guys know, was the main SFPD guy. July 27, 1971, SFPD inspectors Dave Tashi and Bill Armstrong, along with Special Agent Mel Nicolai from California, traveled to Vallejo to meet with Sergeant Jack Mullinex of VPD regarding Allen. It was decided that more background information on Allen will be obtained before contact would be made with him. Mullinex immediately began investigating Allen. August 4th, 1971, the famous interview. Mullinex, Tashi, and Armstrong interviewed Allen at his place of employment in Pinhole, California. The last authenticated Zodiac letter had been mailed in March 1971, just a few months earlier. However, after Allen's interview by police, it would be 2.5 years before Zodiac would write again. That's a clue as well. Maybe he got spooked by the police. September 14th, 1972. And let me see if I can pull up that letter for you guys real quick. Actually, can you do me a favor? Can you type in March 1971 Zodiac letter? And then we'll share it on screen for them, just to give them a refresher. September 14, 1972, SFPD obtained a search warrant against Allen and made him submit handwriting samples. Detectives found several bizarre items during the search, but nothing that would incriminate Allen in Zodiac crimes. September 27, 1974, Allen was arrested by the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department on a charge of child molesting. Zodiac had written several times in 1974, breaking a 2.5-year silence. However, no authorized Zodiac letter was ever received again after Allen's arrest. That's another clue. March 14, 1975, after pleading guilty, Allen began serving his sentence in the Atascadero Calif State Hospital. Obviously mentally sick. August 31st, 1977, Allen completed his sentence and was released from Atascadero. January 3rd, 1978, Allen was hired as a fleet mechanic by Benica Import Auto Service in Benicia, California. This deployment ended on March 3rd, 1978, apparently due to slowdown. June 25th, 1978, we're almost done here, guys. Through 1987, Allen found sporadic employment in Vallejo, including a stint as an aide to senior citizen. Allen also worked at Ace Hardware on Tennessee Street for several years as a buyer for the tool and garden departments. January 10, 1998, Bernice Allen died at age 83. I think that was his wife. Or was that his mom? Either way. Okay. February 14, 1991, VPD executed a search warrant against Allen and found a huge cache of weapons. Allen's probation terms didn't disallow owning weapons. Enraged at the search, Allen began granting interviews with the news media to proclaim his innocence and blast the police. There was a huge amount of circumstantial evidence against Allen, including Ralph Spinelli coming forward with Allen's incriminating statements on October 10th, 1969, saying, as you guys know, saying he was going to kill a cabbie. August 1st, 1991, Allen gave an interview to the Fairfield, California Daily Republic in which he claimed to have consulted with attorney Melvin Belli. Zodiac had written a letter to Belli in December 1969. Remember, guys, this is what the author, Graysmith, had referred to the letter and his birthday, December 18th. The letter can be found on the Zodiac letters page. And we already went through that letter. And then July 1992, definite Zodiac victim Mike Mageau picked Allen out of a police photo lineup saying, "That's him. He's the man who shot me." And then August 26, 1992, Arthur Leigh Allen died of natural cause at 58. He had been suffering from diabetes and heart problems. And then August 28, 1992, VPD obtained a search warrant against Allen and found many interesting items. VPD has been extremely secretive about the results of this search. The objective was to seize a videotape Allen had in his possession that was labeled with a Z. The exact contents of the video have never been revealed, although VPD has said there was no confession. Oh, man. And right there is where the conspiracy theories can be. All right. Did you find that letter?
Yeah. Is that this one? This is the Zodiac speaking. Like I've always said, I'm crack proof.
Oh, okay. That's the one we read earlier. That's the one I'm bulletproof, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we read that one earlier. Okay. Just to remind you guys, we read that one earlier. Cool.
Are you gonna show the interview
from the thing?
Yeah.
From the movie?
Yeah.
What do you think? You think the people want to see it?
Yeah. I think it's crucial. What do you think?
Okay, we'll play it. I think because I've noticed people get it helps more when they actually see it. All right. So here they walk in. Here's the actual interview, guys.
You can talk to him in here. Coke machine's busted, by the way.
Tashi, his partner, Mullinex.
I'll go get him for you.
Too morbid.
So here he comes in. It's about to be a 4-hour podcast.
Mr. Allen, I'm Inspector Bill Armstrong. This is Inspector Dave Tosky and Sergeant Jack Mullinax. We're investigating the Zodiac murders in San Francisco and Vallejo. Please sit down. The informant notified us that you made certain statements 11 months prior to the first Zodiac murder. If they're true, they're quite incriminating. Do you recall having any such conversation?
No.
Have you ever read or heard anything about the Zodiac?
When it was first in the paper, but I didn't follow it after those first reports.
Why not?
Too morbid. I told all this to the other officer.
Which other officer?
From Vallejo.
Do you remember his name?
No, but it was right.
Now, I want to make a quick note here, guys, just so you know. When police come in and interview you, all right, and they ask you questions, and it's like a free interview and you're free to go, and they're not necessarily, you're not under arrest or you're not being, you're not detained. They don't have to necessarily read your Miranda rights. Now, what are the Miranda rights? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. If you cannot afford an attorney, won't be appointed for you, blah, 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 right? Every agency has a different, variation of the verbiage, but that's essentially what it is, right? In the United States. But in this case, right, I don't know if they read him his Miranda rights when they actually went and did the official interview here in the movie. Obviously, they didn't add that in there, but they didn't necessarily have to. Now, when I was an agent, personally, I would read people their Miranda rights, right? Just because, listen, man, just so y'all know, this is just kind of what I have to get. I would kind of like downplay it a bit, read them their rights, and then if they did say anything, I would be covered, right? But can you get away with interviewing a suspect, asking them incriminating questions, right, without Miranda? Yes, you can if they were free to leave and they were under that impression that they were free to leave, right? And if the detectives let them know, listen, man, you're free to leave. This is just a voluntary interview. We're just trying to gather some facts, blah, blah, blah. There's different ways to finesse it. But me personally, I always used to read them their rights, right, at least verbally, and then get into the questioning. I would downplay it, of course, and then, you would get into asking questions. But you can get away without it. So this could be factually correct as far as the movie goes.
Right after the murder at the lake.
And what did you tell this officer?
I told him that I'd gone to Salt Point that weekend to skin.
Okay. Look at those boots, guys. Those look like wing walkers to me. All right. Now, as far as was he wearing wing walkers when they did the interview? We don't know. That might have been for cinematic effect, but they're paying attention to that.
That I was alone, but I met a couple there. I have their names at home if you want.
That would be great, Arthur.
Oh, so now he doesn't have the Treasure Island couple.
What? Lee. Nobody calls me Arthur.
Another clue right there.
Also, that day when I came home, my neighbor saw me. It was around 4, but I forgot to tell the other officer that.
Neighbor's name?
Bill White. He died a week or so afterwards.
Oh, yeah, of course he's dead.
Heart attack, so I didn't think to call to follow up. The knives I had in my car with the blood on them, that blood came from a chicken that I killed for dinner.
Wait, what? What? What the fuck?
I had knives in my car that weekend. Maybe Bill saw them and called the other officer on me.
Well, we'll be checking in on that. Let me ask you something else. Were you ever in Southern California at any time in 1966?
Is this about the Riverside killing?
Yes.
Oh!
Well, I guess I was there around that time. I used to go down there a lot. I like the auto races.
Foreman says that you're ambidextrous.
No, that's untrue.
You can't write with both hands.
My teachers tried to make me when I was a kid, but I couldn't. I'm left-handed.
He also said that you made statements about killing school children.
That is.
Remember, that was in the letters.
Horrible. That's a horrible thing to say.
So you aren't angry about being fired from Valley Springs for touching your students?
I'm not the Zodiac.
And if I was, I certainly wouldn't tell you.
That's a nice watch.
Thank you.
May I see it? May I see it?
Let me see that bitch.
Where'd you get it?
It's a Christmas gift from my mother 2 years ago.
That's very sweet.
Okay, so he said 2 years ago. They interviewed him. This is 71, if I'm not mistaken, right? So 1969. It was a Christmas gift. Oh, hold on. We're at 124.24.
So tell me something, Arthur. You don't remember anyone you might have had a conversation with regarding the Zodiac?
Maybe Ted Kidder of Phil Tucker at Vallejo Recreation. But I couldn't be positive. I used to work there. The most dangerous game.
What?
The most dangerous game. That's why you're here, isn't it? It was my favorite book in high school. It's about this man who waits for people to get shipwrecked on this island. Because he was tired of hunting animals, he hunted the people for the challenge.
And man is the most dangerous animal of all?
That's the whole point of the story. Great book. Or at least that's what I told Phil. There you go.
Sure. Thanks for your time.
I'm willing to help in any way possible. I look forward to the day when police officers are no longer referred to as pigs. Thanks.
All right, we'll be in touch. That fantastic saying right there. So yeah, they did a pretty good job of summarizing that interview right there. And let's see here. So yeah, Arthur Leigh Allen, guys, right? And let me see here. If I could get a good picture of him for y'all real fast. This is him right here.
Scary.
Arthur Leigh Allen. Okay. All right. Now we'll go into, he was by far the number one suspect, right? To this day, even with the police departments. The next one, and this is from the next one is this guy, Richard Gaikowski. Okay, and this is actually who Tom Voight thinks is probably the Zodiac killer. All right, and he updated this. Unfortunately, for years, certain individuals spread information about Richard Gaikowski, including false claim that Gaikowski was overseas for the Zodiac killer's first attack on December 20th, 1968. And thus couldn't be the Zodiac. Thankfully, Gaikowski's passport information has finally been obtained and soundly puts the lie to rest once and for all. Hot damn! He out here getting the secrets. All right, here's his passport information right here. All right, Richard Gaikowski, this is where he lived. He's from Albany, New York. Okay, you guys are going to see a very crazy coincidence with this guy. 5'11", those glasses. Okay, the brown hair. This application was in Boston, Massachusetts, October 3rd, 1968. Proposed length of stay 1 month. Purpose of trip was business. Where was he going? 323 Stanley Street, Albany, New York. Countries to be visited: United Kingdom, France, and Spain. So they're saying that there was a myth that he was out of the United States in December 1968, including his having allegedly authored a newspaper article from Ireland. Some might wonder, how did Gaikowski's headed for Europe claim somehow become unequivocal proof of his simple? Also see the man behind the falsehoods. What's this? Mike Butterfield. Mike Butterfield and Zodiac. The rest. What you don't know about Mike Butterfield. All right. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say that this is where you can get into the freaking Zodiac black hole. Okay, guys? Now, take my word for it. Pretty much they were able to prove that this guy was actually in the United States, guys, when the first murder happened in December of 1968. So we're going to skip over that because you can see there's beef between Zodiac investigators, right? But besides all that, right, he had to debunk the fact that he wasn't in, the United States. But let's go ahead and get into the facts. All right, we've established now that he was, in fact, in the United States on December 20th, 1968 for the first Zodiac murder, which was right here between David Arthur Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen. All right. Okay. Unfortunately for Gaikowski was born in Watertown, South Dakota on March 14, 1936. He attended nearby Webster High School and then Northern State Teachers College in Aberdeen, South Dakota. He died of cancer in San Francisco on April 30th, 2004. Gaikowski served a stint in the Army during the 1950s. It is known that Gaikowski was trained as a medic. Medics were trained to tear the clothing of a bleeding victim to use as bandages if they did not have access to the proper equipment. Undershirt first, then shirt, then pants if necessary. That is the order of cleanliness, with the shirt tail being preferred if tucked in. Zodiac tore off a portion of a victim's shirt tail. Unfortunately, since 80% of such records were destroyed by fire in 1973, not much more is known about Gaikowski's military career. In 1963, Gaikowski moved from South Dakota to San Francisco, California, living on Parnassus Avenue and working downtown at the Daily Commercial News, a financial newspaper. By December 1964, Gaikowski was living and working in Martinez, California, about 45 minutes from San Francisco. His home address was 1250 Escobar Street, which is located less than 5 miles directly south of the Zodiac's first eventual murders. During that time, Gaikowski worked as managing editor for the local newspaper on Martinez, the News Gazette. The News Gazette was owned by the same company that also owned the much larger Vallejo Times Herald newspaper, which was headquartered less than 10 miles from Martinez. Weekly editorial meetings for both the Martinez and Vallejo newspapers were held in Vallejo at the Times Herald building. In October 1965, Gaikowski was intentionally arrested for refusing to sign a traffic citation following a routine stop in Contra Costa County, California. As an investigative reporter for the local newspaper, Gaikowski's goal was to write a story about the conditions within the county jail from the perspective of an inmate. Following his brief stay in jail, Gaikowski's mugshot was published along with his story. However, by the time Gaikowski became a Zodiac suspect more than 20 years later, records of his fingerprints were long gone, making a comparison to Zodiac's fingerprints impossible without either Gaikowski's consent or a court order. There's no evidence either happened. Okay, so here's his picture right here. Right, that was his picture from the article. And then here, what's this? Okay, here's the Zodiac forum. This is what I'm talking about when I say that y'all can go ahead and this is where the Zodiac the black hole can go. Eventual Zodiac victim Darlene Ferrin of Vallejo, California got married on... Okay, now this is where the connections start coming. Okay, guys, so start to pay attention here, all right? Eventual Zodiac victim Darlene Ferrin of Vallejo, California, this lady right here, okay, the woman that was married, where are we at here? Okay, got married on January 1st, 1966. Okay, and here's her affidavit of application for marriage to James D. Phillips from Los Angeles, California, and then Darlene E. Suninen of Rosemake, California, and they got married on January 1st, 1966, and moved to Albany, New York. All right, so she got married on January 1st and then moved to Albany, New York. Gaikowski quickly followed, moving cross country from Martinez, California, near Vallejo, by the way. Ferrin's husband worked at the Albany Times Union newspaper. Gaikowski worked in the same building at the rival Albany Knickerbocker News. In August 1973, 4 years after Ferrin was killed by the Zodiac, the Times Union received a letter from someone claiming to be the Zodiac. When solved, the cipher that was included with the letter made reference to the Albany Medical Center. Here's a letter right here. Oh, God damn it. Where's the letter? Here's the letter. Okay. In 1969, 1970, and 1971, Gaikowski was a member of an anti-police, pro-violence, counterculture newspaper and commune in San Francisco called Good Times, which had a story, that had a history, right? Yeah, dear editor, this is Zodiac speaking. October 2nd issue of the Good Times. Interesting. Okay, which had a history of radical ideology. During this time, Gaikowski was known to smoke pot regularly and use heavier drugs such as speed and LSD. All right, so let's see here. Can I click this? It brings it right back. Okay, so it just shows you a picture. It's like a hyperlink of a picture. Okay, so here's the Zodiac letter from the FBI lab. Oh, okay. This is the Zodiac speaking, as you guys can see, right? In answer to your asking for more details about the good times I have had in Vallejo, I shall be very happy to supply even more materials. Okay, Good Times is the magazine. Now I see where the connection is. All right. And you had a history of radical ideology. All right. As early as January 1969, the Good Times newspaper was running violent works of fiction that were nearly a blueprint, right, for Zodiac's future crimes. On July 4, 1969, a band of revolutionaries calling itself the Berkeley Revolutionary Committee for Business successfully engaged and humiliated the combined police forces of the Bay Area. 138 police were killed in the 12-hour period. Well, guys, there's a connection there because, as we know, on July 4th, 1969, what happened? The murder of Darlene and the injuring of Mageau, right? The pigs, I'm sure, must be frantically searching their suburban communities for bombs we warned of for booby traps. Well, we know that he also talked about this stuff in the letters. On January 28, 1969, the San Francisco Express, which became the Good Times shortly after, published a work of fiction called The Berkeley Gluns, written by Lenny Keller. See below of excerpt. All right. Wednesday was production day for the weekly Good Times newspaper, which the staffers worked from early in the morning until very late at night to prepare the new issue. Between the Zodiac's debut in July 1969 until the Good Times unfolded in 1973, the Zodiac mailed 15 letters. Never did he mail a letter on a Wednesday, although he did on every other day of the week. Okay, that's interesting. At the time of his murder, the Good Times switchboard was located only yards from the residence of Zodiac victim Paul Stine on Fell Street in San Francisco. The Geik short bits. Okay, let's see here. Conscientious objectors who refuse alternate service are receiving longer prison sentences according to the Fellowship of Reconciliation. In 1965, the average sentence given to CEOs was 21 months. Last year, the average... Okay. Those who have books to contribute should leave them at 1830 Fell switchboard. Good Times, August 7th, 1969. So this was after the murders of Ferrin. Interesting. Okay. So where are we at here? 15 letters. Okay. So at the time of the murder, the switchboard was located only hours from... Okay. Carol, Paul Stine's sister, recognized Gaikowski as having attended Paul's funeral. Interesting. So why would he go to his funeral? Stine was killed on San Francisco's Washington Street. Only one Gaikowski was listed in a city directory at that time, Richard's cousin, and she lived on Washington Street. Her birthday was October 11th, the very day Stine was murdered by the Zodiac. Stine, a cab driver, was the one victim whom the Zodiac could choose when and where he would be killed. Interesting. On the very day Zodiac debuted by mailing 3 rush-to-editor letters to 3 separate newspapers in the San Francisco area, with each letter containing 1/3 of a code, the Good Times, edited by Gaikowski, just happened to run a cover that was split into thirds. That's an interesting coincidence. The bottom of the image damaged during the scanning process, resulting in a warping effect not on the original cover. Interesting. It was the only instance of Zodiac mailing a letter on a Thursday until after the Good Times folded in 1973. 5 months later, the Good Times published a 3-part code of its own. The Good Times also occasionally ran sensationalistic Zodiac killer headlines that were out of place. Zodiac strikes again. Zodiac message 3-part codes. Interesting. Okay. In articles he published in 1969, Gaikowski had the habit of shortening his last name to 4 letters and use multiple spellings such as Geik or Geik. Interestingly, Geik can clearly be seen in Zodiac's 3-part cipher mailed on July 31st, 1969. Right there. What's more, how Zodiac chose to code the cipher phonetically gives you Gaikowski's full last name. That's actually pretty clever.
Yeah.
Wow. I'll leave that up on the screen for y'all for a little bit to look at. Or you could pause it here at the YouTube video to see. Very interesting. At the very time the Zodiac wrote his only letter to the Vallejo Times-Herald, Gaikowski's best friend, Bob, worked at that very newspaper. Even though Good Times was a counterculture hippie newspaper, once Gaikowski came aboard, it ran free ads for such unlikely events such as performances of the Mikado, a Zodiac favorite. Zodiac sometimes quoted from the Mikado in his letters. Okay. Interesting. The Mikado. Okay. So what was that, a rock band or something like that, I guess? On March 13th, 1971, Zodiac Killer sent a letter to the Los Angeles Times coinciding closely with the mailing. Gaikowski was involuntarily committed to the Napa State Hospital after going berserk. He was then diagnosed with a mental illness and began treatment at Mount Zion Hospital in San Francisco. The Zodiac didn't write again for almost 3 years. When Zodiac reemerged in 1974 with letters referring to recent movie releases, Gaikowski was operating a storefront theater in the Mission District of San Francisco. A film buff, Gaikowski eventually became involved with the San Francisco's Roxy Theater. Nancy Solver, the police dispatcher who spoke with the Zodiac in July 1969, had identified Gaikowski's voice as being the same as the Zodiac's voice. Remember, guys, he went ahead and called the police after he killed Ferrin. Okay? And he said, I want to report a murder. So listen to Nancy Slover identify Gaikowski as the voice of Zodiac.
Hi, everybody. It's Nancy again. I'm back. I listened to the voice of Richard. I felt shocked and deja vu. In my opinion, he was the same person who I listened to in July of 1969, or twin.
All right. Now listen to Richard talking about Zodiac's codes.
The whole thing about a code, you got to remember also, until a code is broken, you have never any way of knowing whether it's a real code or whether it's just a fake code. So what's that mean? Well, it just means that sometimes, like the military and all of that, sometimes you would send garbled messages that meant absolutely nothing, so that you get the enemy to spend all their time trying to break the code.
And that's his voice right there. Very unique voice, right? In 1986, the Napa County Sheriff's Department briefly investigated Gaikowski after urging from Goldcatcher and Pam Huckabee, sister of Darlene Ferrin. Detective Ken Narlow did a background check on Gaikowski and put him under surveillance for a few nights. More info. Narlow found nothing to warrant further investigation and the matter was dropped. Meanwhile, the California Department of Justice determined that Gaikowski's handwriting had consistencies with Zodiac's handwriting and more samples of Gaikowski's printing were requested. Goldcatcher found printing that he could have belonged to Gaikowski, but those samples were determined not to be a match. There was not enough probable cause for an arrest or search warrant, and the investigation ended. Okay. And then this was a little documentary they did thinking that it was Gaikowski, Mystery Quest, San Francisco Slaughter. And this is from Tom Voight, right? This is a little bit older.
Called Vallejo Police Department.
That's the woman that received the phone call after Ferrin was killed. Okay. Remember, guys, quick little reminder. Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin, right? So, oh yeah, here. So she hears Gaikowski's voice.
And don't worry. The last part of it happens for me.
So this was the 911 dispatcher.
When Nancy...
That's Tom Voight right there.
...was listening to the Zodiac, he not only was clear, but when she tried to ask him questions, he talked louder and talked over her, over the phone.
So she'd be the perfect candidate.
She'd be the perfect, because this is actually over the phone, and she heard it over the phone, so it's the same environment in both cases.
So they meet her.
Nancy Slover is one of the few people to have heard the Zodiac's voice.
I had discussed it with my neurologist about would it be possible for me to remember.
This is the call when he gives that chilling goodbye.
After all these years, that specific voice. And he said, in his opinion, yes. When anything traumatic or life-changing happens at any time in your life, your subconscious holds on to it, and you never know what's going to trigger it.
What's the code until a code is broken. You have never any way of knowing whether it's a real code or whether it's just a fake code. Don't worry.
The last part of that was even more like what I heard in the first part. If you just play that last part for me again, Tom.
Don't worry. Pretty good.
That's okay. That's enough. That came very close to his goodbye to me.
So the second half of that
Remember, guys, you gave that strange goodbye.
is more like maybe there's more emotion in his voice.
It's the same guy, yeah.
You seem pretty certain.
I am. Nobody that I have listened to before even came close to him. In my opinion, that is the man that called Vallejo Police Department in the early morning hours of July 5th, 1969.
Right. So she says that's him, right? So we got another potential Zodiac suspect. All right.
I don't know if I'm convinced.
Yeah, I think Arthur Leigh Allen is a better potential, but there are some interesting similarities here, and I mean his ties with Darlene are pretty strong. But yeah, I mean I don't think that's him either. And then the one that is the newest one, okay. And as you guys can see, I'll give a quick little. Here's a full suspect list, right? Here's the other ones, and you guys, if you want, you can feel free to go ahead and check out the other ones. These guys are not as strong. Rick Marshall, right? I'll quickly skim through these guys just so you kind of get an idea, right? This is another potential guy. Okay, Rick Marshall was a suspect, right? He has the similar build, kind of a fat ass. And then you got Lawrence Kane. This guy was, or Larry Kane. He was in the Navy, I think, before as well, right? In 1969, during the peak of the Zodiac's activity, Kane was 45 years old. He stood 5'9" and weighed approximately 160 pounds. The astrological sign is a Taurus. He had a lot of brain damage, so he couldn't really control himself. And
wait, what does his sign have to do with anything?
I don't know. Again, this is like these people going crazy trying to find someone. Paul Huckabee's sister of Zodiac victim Darlene Ferrin claims Kane followed Darlene in the months before her murder. Additionally, possible Zodiac victim Kathleen Johns identified Kane as her abductor. So that's really the big one. The sister of Darlene Ferrin claims this guy followed her around for months before she was killed. He has a lengthy criminal history as well. Right. So these are some other guys. And then just for the purposes of being fully thorough with y'all, let's see here. The other website here. Okay. Here are some of the other suspects. Rick Marshall, right? Theodore Kaczynski, which, as you guys know, I did a whole podcast on this guy alone. This is the Unabomber, right? And they suspected him because of the letters and also because of, the high IQ and the bombs. But it wasn't him. He was ruled out. So it was Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was actually a suspect on this case as well, and he was also ruled out. We already went over Richard Gaikowski. Jack Terrence, this was a guy. Basically, a son came forward and said that he thinks that this guy was the Zodiac, right? That was in 2006. Then you got Gareth Penn. He was born. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know too much about this guy, but he was another suspect. All right. And then we went over Rick Marshall. He was, sorry, my bad. We already went over him. He was actually referred to in the movie as well. The Zodiac, which I talked to you guys about, where Jake Gyllenhaal had mentioned his name in the prison. And then obviously we know Arthur Leigh Allen. And cool. Yeah, I think we went over all these guys. Cool. So the real guy now, right, as of, I want to say 1 year, okay, the person that everyone thinks is a Zodiac now is this guy right here. Gary Post. Okay? a lot of people think that this is him. And this broke from the cold case, right? Gary Francis Post, the Air Force veteran turned house painter, who may or may not have been the notorious Zodiac killer, has been revealed as the ringleader of a group of men he trained as killing machines. A team of 40 private investigators claimed last month that they had unmasked Post as a Zodiac killer who terrorized the Bay Area in the late 1960s with brutal murders accompanied by creepy riddles through photos and anagram code breaking. Now, they tell the Post that after the murders, Post led a bizarre double life in a small Sierra Nevada town. All right, here he is here. Zodiac mysteriously dropped out of sight in 1974 after a final letter to the media. The case is among the most famous unsolved murders in the U.S. Post moved to Groveland, California in 1970, according to Thomas J. Colbert, who runs the Case Breakers team, consisting of former cops, forensic analysts, academics, and retired military, and has been working the case for about 10 years. He came to the High Sierras town after marrying a woman there who had a young child. The alleged killer fronted as a mild-mannered house painter and was well-liked by the locals, Colbert said. But he also began recruiting young men in their late teens and early 20s as his own personal criminal gang in the picturesque mountain town about 26 miles west of Yosemite. Some 10 men were part of the locals called the Posse, and they stayed loyal to Post for decades until he died in 2018. He would take them deep into the mountains where they learned to hike and kill, Colbert said. He taught them how to turn a pipe bomb into a bomb that will blow up houses. Colbert said if new cops moved into town, he would have the Posse throw rocks into their windows to get them to move out. He was involved in loaning guns out to suicidal people in town. According to Colbert, the men would go on hiking trips into the mountains to kill animals for fun. One time, he had a kid climb out of a tree branch and hang caches of raw meat from it. He said he also nailed salmon hooks below to catch bears trying to get to the meat. One time, there were 3 bears bleeding to death from the tree trying to get the meat, and Gary was just watched them laughing at them. Interesting. He described Post as type of a Fagin, the child gang leader from the Oliver Twist who rounded up loyal local wayward boys. Colbert added that there was no indication that Post had a sexual interest or sexual relationships with the young men. One Posse member, whom Colbert identified only as Will, fled Groveland in 2010 after seeing sketches of the Zodiac killer and confronting Post, he said. Former Air Force Captain Hans Smits met Will, whose real name is Chris Avery, when Avery went to the Santa Cruz TV station to report Post. Smits was friends with the TV anchor Dale Julin at the station at the time. Okay, let's see here. And this is the guy I think that came forward, that he had been the member of the Post. Let's see here. This is him when he got arrested for domestic violence. All right, so if I'm going to summarize this for you guys, basically a guy came forward, right, and revealed a bunch of information. Hey, I was a part of this criminal gang. We learned how to kill people. Post was the guy. He's a Zodiac killer. And they went up and followed on this lead. And what they're doing is they're analyzing DNA, right? And they think that Post was the killer of this woman right here, Cheri Jo Bates, okay? And the reason why, guys remember, the reason why they think he killed her is because, number one, the timepiece, right? This right here, the Timex watch, right, that they found at the scene had, where is it? Had paint on it, okay? And at the time, Post was a house painter. Also, Post was in the military, and he had a pair. He also wore a size 10.5, similar to your guy Leigh Allen. Then, the other reason too why they think it could have been him is because he had dark brown hair, similar to what they found in Cheri Bates' hand. Remember, you guys, she had 4 hair follicles in her hand at the time. And the other thing as well, there was another piece. I think they were testing it for DNA, and they've been able to link him to the other Zodiac killings as well with the footprints. So apparently there's a documentary coming out on this where they're going to conclusively prove that Post was in fact the Zodiac killer, but we don't. And also he has the scars, right? The scars that they used on the in the 1969 Paul Stine killing with the scars on the head, he also has those scars as well. All right. And he had brown hair when he was younger. Obviously, he's much older now. But yeah. So they're saying that, and they said also they found Post's name in some of the Zodiac killer's cryptograms. What else? Oh, there we go. Kober said that the evidentiary gold mine is now being examined by 3 forensic labs. He believes that modern techniques like identifying fingerprints on shell casings may match official police evidence and convince skeptical detectives that Post is their man. So before Post died, he gave away a bunch of sorry guys, here it is right here. He gave away a bunch of ammunition, and they had that ammunition, and they're going to scan it and see if it was the same ammunition. And I think some of it actually did match one of the crime scenes. Okay. And then FBI officials in San Francisco say they're still investigating the Zodiac killer who's been linked to 5 seemingly random brutal murders in 1968 and in 1969 in the San Francisco Bay Area. What the hell? What is this? All right, back. Oh.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it was like a group effort. Like I was gonna say, I feel
Like he got help?
Yeah, no.
Possibly, yeah.
I feel like it was like just more than one of these guys.
Okay, according to the investigator, a few years before his death, Post quietly began giving away his weapon, pistol parts, gunpowder, bullets, and shell casing, more than 1,000 involving 25 different calibers to favorite locals. Okay, and then that's how they're able to get this stuff. Let's see here. Okay, so the Zodiac boasted that he had more than 30 murders, and I remember, and I think in his last one, can you pull up the last Zodiac one? I think it was in 1937, or excuse me, it was 1974, his last letter, and we'll show it to them. In it, I think he says the infamous SFPD 0 Zodiac Killer 37. And then one of them is 51 years to crack. Let's see here. Colstein believes that Post is Zodiac because of his physical similarity to 1916 police sketch of the killer, both featuring forehead scars and anagrams sent to the San Francisco Chronicle that purportedly revealed Post's name. So Post's name is in the codes. Okay, Smits also said that when Avery asked Post, "Are you the Zodiac?" the man came at him with a 5-pound hammer. Smith said that Post posse always called him only the old man. Another source told the Post that Post was a good house painter who painted Clint Eastwood's mother's home in the 1970s. Did you find it?
Was it this one? I saw plus think The Exorcist was the best.
Oh yeah, he talks about The Exorcist. Yeah. Find the one where it says 37 and 0. Let's see here. Is there anything else? All right. So also, and I'll go ahead and show you guys something else here. Because I actually watched the video with some of the people, and we'll skim through it real fast. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm pulling it up right now. History.
I think it was this one. He's like me, 37.
37?
Yeah. SFPD 0.
Hey, everyone.
Okay. So this woman interviews one of the guys, and he kind of goes over some of the evidence.
A book that talks about how to make these codes. And
Correct.
Who's Cooper? Why are you mentioning somebody named Cooper?
Oh, okay. And I'm going to break down the Cooper case for y'all later on. Don't worry.
He is the same height, weight of the Zodiac described in other locations. It is the only daytime attack of the Zodiac suspected murders.
All right. So that's one thing. Let's fast forward a little bit more.
On a payphone after he did it.
Yes.
Right? Jumping back to the murder of Darlene Ferrin and the attack on Mike Mageau. At 12:40 a.m., there was a call to the police, and it was to the Vallejo Police Department. The man said, "I would like to report a double murder." He didn't know that Mike Mageau had survived. "If you will go 1 mile east on Columbus Parkway to the public park, you will find the kids in a brown car. They were shot with a 9mm Luger. I also killed those kids last year. Goodbye. An apparent reference to David Farady and Betty Lou Jensen. Then after the Cecilia Shepard and Bryan Hartnell attack in Napa, similar. Call to Napa County Sheriff's Office at 7:40 p.m. I want to report a murder. No, a double murder. They are 2 miles north of park headquarters. They were in a white Volkswagen Carmen Ghia. I'm the one who did it. What's that? What do we glean from these confessions, which everyone seems to agree was Zodiac?
Well, I'll give you another example too, because it matches. Oceanside PD, first cab driver killed. And
we talked about this as well in 1962, guys.
Before he killed him, he called the police department and said, this is paraphrasing, I'm going to commit a crime that you're never going to be able to figure out. And sure enough, after shooting him in the back of the head, just like the San Francisco cab shot back in the head, he calls a few days later from that area and said, I told you you'd never figure it out. He was stationed at an Air Force base along the coast in Santa Barbara area. And there is a railroad track that empties right at his base and is 5 minutes from the murder scene of that cab driver in Oceanside.
Okay.
Now, I want to keep my crimes straight, because the next crime we know is committed by Zodiac was of a cab driver. It seems like you're
and that's now he's going to talk about Paul Stine.
Talking about a separate one. But the one, let me just set this one up before we get to your one. This would be Zodiac number 4, confirmed. Again, stocky build, consistent, reddish brown hair, consistent. Mike had said brown hair, with heavy rimmed glasses. That's a new detail. And they initially thought this was a robbery gone bad, but then they realized it wasn't. And once again, Zodiac wrote a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle this time. And he said, I did it. And tell us why we had every reason to believe that was not a hoax letter. The person writing it really did kill Paul Stine.
Well, he also
he put a piece of a shirt in it.
Sent letters afterwards, and one of them he bragged the reason they were not finding any prints of him was because he put glue on his fingertips, and that left no prints. And he bragged about it in a letter right after that too. So it matches the Oceanside back of the head. That is a one shell that was recovered on the floor of the cab. It is with right now San Francisco PD. And our plans are to compare our 9mm to their.
This is the one, if I'm not mistaken, where with the letter he sent to the San Francisco Chronicle, he included a portion of the bloody shirt of Paul Stine, which is just so chilling.
That are hoping someday they can share with people who they are. And they sometimes leak it out. And that is, but he said, you're not going to be able to figure this one out. And then he called him back and bragged about it.
Okay.
That was the cab driver that died in 1962 that I showed you guys before. I think his name was Raymond.
The word Zodiac. My own brother said. I have to give them credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity, but they are only.
That's one of the letters I read to you guys.
Finding
before.
the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there. The reason I'm writing to the Times is this: they don't bury me.
They made a decision to bury him.
It's not so dissimilar from what we see now. Somebody was just positing on a show I listened to, or podcast, I can't remember, but they were talking about why do we not have the series?
See, this is what happens when you don't got timestamps. This is why Feta is superior to this woman's fucking channel, man. God fucking damn it. This is why timestamps are so goddamn important, guys. I'm trying to find the part for y'all, and this woman's channel. You know, no offense to Megan Kelly, but this is fucking trash. Yo, you gotta have timestamps in your shit, man. Any type of long form content, you gotta have timestamps of the questions that are answered. Don't worry, this video is gonna have detailed fucking timestamps for y'all. All right?
Serial killers today, like we used to. You know, I was born in 1970. I grew up.
She old as hell.
Hearing these stories and being afraid, and Son of Sam in New York, and all of that. And they were saying it's not really
databases to track license plates. Moved on, but all the
Cooper.
All right, you know what? In this interview, they go over the similarities for Gary Post, guys. Gary Post. And that woman's podcast is unbearable. It's fucking. They go over it. Gary Francis post. However, you have to go in there fishing for it, and quite frankly, this is the difference between good YouTubers and trash YouTubers. You got to put your goddamn timestamps up, and she didn't do that. And I don't want to bore you guys with an hour plus podcast, but all you guys got to know is that right now what's going on is they're looking through DNA, right? They're comparing the hair follicles found at the Cheri Bates murder. They're comparing ballistics with the bullets, right? Tracing them back to the crime scenes from the late 60s. And they're working now towards identifying this guy, right? They're pretty sure that he is the Zodiac, but we'll see what happens in their what's it called? Their documentary that they're working on, right? And I think, let me go here on YouTube real fast. Okay, Gary post. Did she cover it? Let's see if she put in stamps.
Today's video is brought to you by
Barely. Overview of Zodiac Killer. Overview. God damn, how long is the over? Bruh. Latest updates. Okay, we already talked about the 340 and the 408 ciphers. Let's see here.
And after he read the recent Casebreakers update, he looked more into their team and realized that this lawyer who had contacted them was on the Casebreakers team. Now, Gary Francis Post actually died in a state-run facility in 2018. He was 80 years old, and his cause of death was listed as vascular dementia, sepsis, septic shock, and difficulty swallowing. His wife, Mary, is still alive and is reportedly living in an assisted living facility. Fox News says they have tried to reach out to Gary's family members to interview them about the whole situation, and they've had no luck with that. However, a woman in California who lived next to Gary said that she believes, due to all the evidence that has come out so far, that he truly is the Zodiac Killer. Her name is Gwen. She declined to give her last name, and she claims that Gary and his wife actually babysat her a few
and they taught her how to shoot a gun. That's another detail as well. And it was, I think, a 22 or 9mm.
times when she was younger. This was back in the 70s and 80s. And she claimed that he had tried to show her how to shoot a firearm multiple times, and that he was also very abusive to his wife, Mary, which would make sense. Another woman named Michelle claimed that she was common law married to Gary. And she told Fox News that she was a victim of Gary and his posse several times during their relationship, including incidents of damaging her car and other things. Plus, many of you have probably seen this Facebook post going around. I've seen it everywhere. It's from a man named Glenn Barnes. And he says, "My last visit with old man, Gary Post. Zodiac, ? God dang, I miss you, old man." And apparently this was one of a series of...
Also, there was, I think they interviewed like 6 witnesses that said that Gary Post used to walk around and brag to them in the gang that he was, in fact, the Zodiac Killer.
Several posts made about Gary by this guy Glenn, and some of them have been taken down according to Newsweek. Other posts have been shared on different forums, screenshots with different captions, including "Love this man with all my heart." But of course, we do not know the authenticity of these posts at this point. Investigators say to this day, they still get at least 3 to 4 tips a week about the Zodiac Killer, sometimes more, but they have pretty much shut down the claim from Casebreakers. And the San Francisco Police Department and the San Francisco FBI has confirmed that the case is not solved and that their investigation continues and remains open. Well,
they also never disproved the Casebreakers as well and said that they're wrong. They just said the case is still being investigated and is still open. So they didn't confirm and or deny the Casebreakers stuff. I mean, honestly, guys, with the evidence that I've seen, which I've described to y'all pretty much, right, we got, he was a painter, right? We found paint on the watch. He was in the military. Also, where he used to go ahead and get his veterans benefits, one of the military hospitals was very close to where Cheri Jo Bates was killed. The brown hair on her hand, the paint on the watch, right? Because he was a house painter at the time. The fact that he ran a gang, his gang going ahead and saying, yo, he was the Zodiac. He killed multiple people. He admitted it to us. informants coming forward, the way he looks, the scar on the head. And also keep in mind, the case breakers aren't telling everything that they found because they want to go ahead and save it up for their documentary. Also, allegedly, there's a bunch of weapons and or Zodiac stuff stashed somewhere on a mountain that they need to get up there, and they have the coordinates to do it so that they don't have the resources and or the ability to get up there, excavate, get the stuff out, and then they're going to need police there with them, obviously, right? Because you need to maintain the chain of custody and the evidence properly. So there's a bunch of stuff that they got to deal with. But here's the thing. I think personally, Arthur Leigh Allen is probably the best candidate. He's probably the best suspect, the strongest suspect. The amount of coincidences are ridiculous. Okay. And we, go back to the pod if you guys want to go ahead over all the things about Arthur Leigh Allen. I'll make sure I put a nice timestamp for y'all on that one. But post, I need more evidence. The case breakers are claiming that they're going to go ahead and link him through DNA and through ballistics. Found that his gang members gave him, and they're going to go ahead and compare it to prior crime scenes. So we'll see what happens, man. They're obviously they're not telling everything, right? That's why all these YouTubers here are failing as far as like telling y'all what the fuck was actually there. I think I'm like one of the few actually outlining all the evidence they have, but they're saving it for the documentary. But anyway, what's your thoughts on this, Annie? I'll turn it to you. Sorry. Turn it to you before we end this thing. This thing's been going for about 4 hours plus. This is what y'all wanted with the Zodiac Killer.
No, yeah, I feel like Leigh Allen, it has to be him, and especially because the guy like identified his face. I feel like that's like the indicator.
It was 20 years plus later, but
no, I know, but also okay, when the woman identified his voice, like she seemed kind of old and out of it.
Yeah,
so it's just like
with Gaikowski.
Yeah, not too convincing.
Yeah.
So, but. No, I also
and of course for dramatic effect and shit like that too, right?
Yeah, but no, I also feel like it has to be like some sort of team effort. Like I don't think like he could have done it on his own, or I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's a lot.
There's so many things in it. Yeah, I would say the top 3 suspects by far. I would put Arthur Leigh Allen first. I need to see the evidence on post, so for now I'll put Gaikowski second, and then I'll put post third, and then the other guys are all random. And then this isn't to mention all the people that came forward and said my dad is a Zodiac. You know what I mean? So many guys came forward and said that shit. So again, this was a 4 hour plus podcast. The sun is about to fucking come up, but I honestly saved y'all a lot of time by distilling a lot of the information, because as you guys can see, there's a Zodiac black hole that you can easily go into. And I'm going to make sure I put detailed timestamps on here for you guys so you can go ahead and skip to whatever part you want to see, whether it's the suspects, the crimes, how the murder happened. I'm going to put nice and detailed stamps for y'all, man. Other than that, Annie, where can they find you? On Instagram or whatever?
My Instagram is Nutty Annie, NUTTIANNI.
It's Nutty Annie?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. And guys, you can find me here, Fed1811, Fresh and Fit Podcast, Unplug Fit on Instagram. Hope you guys enjoyed that, man. And yeah, this is probably one of the most extensive edits I've done. I know you guys been asking for this for a while, but hey, as you guys know, I had to do a lot of research on this. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I'll probably have to put the full version on Rumble because I know YouTube is probably going to be lame about the copyright stuff. But hey, man, I had to give it to y'all and use the movie scene so that you guys can get a full understanding, because the movie was very, very well done and very accurate to the actual events. Other than that, guys, love y'all. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace. I was a special agent with Homeland Security Investigations, okay, guys? HSI. The cases that I did mostly were human smuggling and drug trafficking. No one else has these documents, by the way.
Here's what FedEx covers.
Dr. Lafredo confirmed lacerations due to stepping on glass.
Murder investigations.
You see him reaching in his jacket. You don't know, and he's positioning. Been on February 13, 2019.
You're facing 2 counts of premeditated murder,
racketeering, and RICO conspiracies.
Young Slime Life, hereinafter referred to as YSL. The defendants, 6ix9ine, and then this is Billy Seiko right here. Now, when they first started, guys, 6ix9ine ran with. I'm a Fed. I'm watching this music video. You know, I'm bobbing my head like, hey, this shit lit. But at the same time, I'm pausing. Oh, wait, who this? Right? Oh, who's that in the back?
Firearms and violent crime.
aka Pushaisi, violated.
You're ordered to stay away from the victim.
Rapper Pushaisi arrested after shooting at King of Diamonds, Miami strip club, injured one person. This is the one that's gonna fuck him up because this gun is not traceable. Well, what happened at the gun range? Here's your boy 42 Doug right here on the left. Okay.
Sex trafficking and sex crimes.
They can effectively link him to paying an underage girl